Good evening, everybody. I'm going to be calling the City Council to order for December the 3rd, 2024. Madam Clerk, roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perello,
Here.
Councilmember Tehran,
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Present.
Mayor Protem McDonald,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
We have a quorum. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on December 21st, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're item B. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers either here or in Zoom for
Mayor
public
Sar-
comments?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for closed session, virtually or in person.
Thank you. So now we're item C, and this is a closed session item. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matter being discussed is the case of Aaron Starr versus City of Oxnard.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, now we're going to be going to the closed session, and we'll be back at about 29 minutes for the opening ceremonies. We're going to the closed session. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. It's nice and cold outside, but we're going to warm up here pretty good. So right now, we're going to go to item D on your agenda, if you have an agenda in front of you. And this is the opening ceremonies, and I want everybody to join me to salute the flag of the United States of America. So please stand. And we're going to have a moment of silence after that, too. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we'll have a moment of silence for world peace. You know, there's a lot of problems happening around the world at this time, but so a moment of silence for all the.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to include Mike Morgan, the former mayor of Camarillo, who passed away tragically in an accident
Thank you.
very recently, in that moment of silence also.
Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Okay. Yes,
I
sir.
do have an announcement. Councilmember Basua did join the meeting today at 5:35 p.m. Also, an announcement pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3. Each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. But before we continue, Mr. City Attorney, do you have any announcements at a closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session to go over item C1, and there are no actions to report out of closed session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, our first item is a presentation proclaiming December 1, 2024 World AIDS, and we have Mr. Sal Fuentes coming up. Mr. Fuentes? Nice to see you again. How you doing? Thank you so much. This is a proclamation, World AIDS Day, December 1, 2024. Whereas annually, December 1, we commemorate the World AIDS Day and reflect upon the worldwide response to the HIV/AIDS epidemic. Whereas 2024 marks 43 years since the first 5 cases of the latter, known as AIDS, were officially reported. So as we honor more than 36 million people, including 700,000 people in the United States that have died from AIDS resulting from this illness globally. Whereas the U.S. government theme for World AIDS 2024 is, quote, take the rights path, my rights, my health, end of quote. Emphasis of importance in healthcare access and the empowerment of individuals in the management of their health. Whereas the 2021 HIV/AIDS Coalition, the County of Ventura, launched a World AIDS Day collaborative, which includes networks of individuals, business leaders, public health, and higher education professionals, and nonprofit organizations leading to public awareness campaign called GetToZeroV.org to stop the spread of AIDS infection throughout the community of education, with education, awareness, and action. And this is, therefore, John Cesar Grosso, Mayor, City of Oxnard, proclaim December 1 as World AIDS in the City of Oxnard and urge all residents to join the HIV/AIDS community in activities and also to remember those who have lost their lives due to AIDS and provide support, dignity, and compassion for those people. Mr. Fuentes?
I'd like to introduce Chris Ornelas. Chris Ornelas is actually the chair of the HIV/AIDS Coalition for Ventura County, and Chris has a few words.
Thank you, council members, for this important proclamation. My name is Christopher Ornelas. I'm the current chair of the HIV/AIDS Coalition of Ventura County. I am representing the coalition and its many local partners whose mission through education and awareness is to ultimately get to 0 new HIV infections. A little bit about World AIDS Day. Two World Health Organization public information officers started World AIDS Day in 1988 as an international day for global health. Since then, it has been observed each year on December 1st. World AIDS Day is a day of solidarity for people around the world who are affected by HIV and for voices to unite by sharing experiences, remembering those lost and staying together in the fight against HIV. The observance is also reserved as a day to bridge new and effective programs and policies across different sectors around HIV/AIDS. While great strides have been made since the first known cases of AIDS were reported in 1981, the disease remains a public health challenge. World AIDS Day is an opportunity for individuals and communities to honor the more than 32 million people worldwide who have died from AIDS-related illness. And then I'd like to pass it on to Cooper, one of our community members.
Hello, everyone. I just want to take a moment and say, World AIDS Day, we are here to celebrate the lives of those that the fight has ended, celebrate the resilience of those living with HIV, and reaffirm our commitment to ending the stigma and inequality that still surrounds those living with AIDS and HIV. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the City of Oxnard for the meaningful proclamation. Your recognition reminds us that the journey to health equity and justice is a collective one, and that together we can create a world where everyone has access to care, support, and understanding. This is a moment of celebration of life, love, and the power of community. And as we reflect tonight, let's remember that every small action matters, from raising awareness to showing kindness to advocating for change. Thank you again, Oxnard, for standing with us and leading with compassion. Let us keep moving forward together.
Thank you. It's a really honor for me to be here today on behalf of the City of Oxnard and council members for all the excellent work you guys do for volunteering for this good cause. Happy holidays. Put your hands together for this, folks. Thank you so much. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, go ahead, Councilman Perello.
I'm very grateful that our country has come a long way since the early 80s when this came about. But if you have forgotten, please do not forget the difference a president can make. When Mr. Reagan would not admit to AIDS, would not talk about it. That was a dark day on our country. I hope that you remember that going forward.
Thank you, Councilmember. So my understanding is that we have a visitor today. I think we have a visitor for the North Pole. Is our visitor here today?
Yep.
If so,
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Ho, 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 ho! Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas is right behind us. My goodness. Thank you, Santa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
We have some helpers from the North Pole coming up, some elves of mine who want to have something to say.
So will you introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Valeria the Elf, straight from the North Pole. I would like to say good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Team, and the council members. It's the time of the year again where Santa's back. Yay! Beginning Thursday, December 12th through December 20th, Santa will be visiting the community on his sleigh. This year, we will be bringing back the scheduled stops on our schedule, which can be found on our Facebook and Instagram pages. You can follow us at Oxnard Rec as well. You can also check out our daily posts with the Glimpse link on our social media that has the live tracking of the float tour. We hope that we see everyone there. So this is what the flyer looks like.
Thank you so much. So the other elves, do they want to share any comments? No? You want to continue?
I also have it in Spanish, so.
You want to say it in Spanish?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde, alcalde interino y miembros del consejo. Esa es época del año nuevamente. ¡Yay! Santa ha vuelto a partir del jueves 12 de diciembre hasta el 20 de diciembre. Santa visitará la comunidad en su trineo. Yay. Este año, Este año regresamos con las paradas tradicionales. Nuestros calendarios se puede encontrar en nuestras páginas de Facebook y de Instagram. También puede seguirnos en Oxnard Rec. También puede consultar nuestra publicación diaria con el enlace de Glimpse en nuestras redes sociales para un seguimiento en vino de recorrido en carroza. Esperamos verlos todos allí. Can't wait to see you.
Muchas gracias. Feliz Navidad. You want to introduce your elves with you?
My name is Tylina.
Welcome.
My name is Brenda.
Well, Santa Claus is really happy to see you here today for greeting us. You know, it's really exciting. You bring the magic of Christmas to us, and this is really, really great, especially what's happening around the world. And we're all excited for you to be here today. And my understanding that you're going to go around the city. When does that start?
Yes, sir. Actually, Santa will be traveling in his brand new sleigh, December 12th through 20th, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. And you can find all that out on all social medias at Oxnard Rec.
The most important thing is my wife asked me, when you're going over by Hidden Valley Court off of Holly and Bevra.
Santa will be everywhere, all over Oxnard. Santa loves Oxnard, so he'll be all over Oxnard.
And also, we want to share that Santa's going to be Thursday over at the tree lighting program at Plaza Park.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then also Saturday at the Tamale Festival, Santa will be there as well.
And I'm going to be giving tamales out.
Well, Santa might have to unbuckle a couple buttons on his belt. But yes, there'll be some left over for all the good boys and girls.
The most important thing, we have a parade Saturday at 10 a.m. over starting on 9th Street, and you're going to be in the parade.
Yes, Santa will be there as well. Santa is going to be a busy man this month, but yes, Santa will be there.
Thank you, but I'm sure they're also here to share with us, that some of our council members are leaving us, and we want to thank them for their service too.
Yes, Santa thanks everyone for their service. Santa is very appreciative of all you've done for the city of Oxnard. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Santa, again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And you want to say anything to the children that are probably watching on TV land and maybe
Just remember, Santa loves 2% milk. Santa's trying to slow down. Please no whole milk. And Chips Ahoy are Santa's favorite cookies, so please don't forget. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much. Put your hands together for Sarah and the elf. Thank you, Santa. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas to you, Santa.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Santa. Boy, it's really kind of fun to have Santa come over and visit us, every single year. So what we're going to have tonight, just for information, we're going to have resolutions commending outgoing elected officials this December 3rd from the City Council, and we're going to have item E3 to E7 if you look at your agendas. So next on the agenda, we're going to have 5 resolutions commending the elected officials who will be leaving our offices for the service of the City of Oxnard. We'll have each item in order. I'm going to read the resolution, ask the official to say a few words, then take comments from the City Council, and then public comments before voting on the resolution. But however, Madam Clerk, my understanding is that we have some elected officials that like to have some certificates. How many elected officials do we have that would like to come up or to the podium or to the dais? Do we have a list of coming up?
We have 3
3?
that are here to present certificates.
Okay, do you guys want to come up to the dais and present, or you want to present from the podium? Coming up. Come up to the podium then. Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, I think some of our elected officials and representatives might have multiple recognitions for folks who are here or who are having their last meeting this evening. I'm wondering if maybe we can correspond theirs, or unless you'd like them to do all their certificates all at once. Just wanted to point out that they might have multiple certificates as well.
Do you have multiple presentations, or
Yes, I have multiple.
why don't we just go ahead and start from there, okay? Go ahead.
Okay. Firstly, my name is Julia Luis, and I'm here on behalf of Congresswoman Julia Brownlee. I'd like to present a certificate of congressional recognition presented to Arthur Valenzuela Jr. for your dedicated service on the Oxnard City Council for the past 2 years and staunch advocacy for the city of Oxnard and its residents. Throughout your time on the City Council, your commitment to improving the lives of those you serve is commendable. On behalf of a grateful community, I extend our appreciation for your service and for the positive change you have helped bring to Oxnard. Thank you for your service.
And we can place them, we'll give them to them after the meeting. Then you have a next one then?
Yes, let me go get them.
Go ahead. Mhm.
The next certificate that I would like to present is to Oscar Madrigal in recognition of your dedication, public service to the city of Oxnard and its residents over the past 8 years. Throughout your tenure on the Oxnard City Council, your contributions have been immeasurable. Your staunch advocacy for the needs of our community and championing the best interests of our region is truly commendable. On behalf of a grateful community, I am pleased to express our appreciation for your public service and your steadfast commitment to creating a stronger and brighter future for Oxnard.
Thank you, thank you. Next one.
Next, I'd like to present a certificate of congressional recognition presented to Brian McDonald in recognition of your outstanding leadership and steadfast service to the city of Oxnard and its residents for 16 years. Throughout your remarkable tenure on the Oxnard City Council, your contributions have been immeasurable. Your unwavering commitment to advocating for our community and advancing the interests of our region is truly commendable. On behalf of a grateful community, I am honored to extend our sincere appreciation for your remarkable public interest to building a stronger, more vibrant future for Oxnard.
Thank you.
Lastly, I'd like to present a certificate of congressional recognition on behalf of Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, presented to Mayor John Zaragoza. In recognition of your outstanding leadership and dedicated service to the city of Oxnard and its residents for many years. Throughout your distinguished tenure, your tireless commitment to the success and well-being of our community has left an indelible mark. Your advocacy for the people of Oxnard, as well as your unwavering dedication to advancing our city's interests, has been both inspiring and transformative. On behalf of a grateful community, I am honored to extend our heartfelt appreciation for your extraordinary public service, remarkable leadership, and your steadfast commitment to making Oxnard a better place for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank the Congresswoman. Valenzuela, would like to share a couple of words, Congress?
I appreciate the words and sentiments from the Congresswoman and the staff. As someone who worked on her campaign 10 years ago in 2014, I appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the well wishes from the Congresswoman. And more importantly, I do appreciate all of the hard work she does for our community down in Washington, D.C. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll just echo the words of the others. Thank you to the Congresswoman so very much, and all her staff that just have been a tremendous group to work with in not only improving our community, but our city. And I truly appreciate the time and effort working with her.
And also on my behalf, please thank the Congresswoman, because I had the opportunity of working with her for many, many years. Every time I went to D.C., she was always greeted us with a check, believe it or not. And of course, she was always supporting our veterans, which is really, really important. And I know we have a lot of veterans here in Oxnard, including my son Johnny, who's here with us today. But thank her so much for all the good work she's done for for the city of Oxnard and county of Ventura, and for the whole nation for that matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, who's our next speaker, next elected?
Mayor, we have Dr. Martita Martinez Bravo from the city of Camarillo.
Okay,
Good afternoon, Mayor and fellow council members. First and foremost, I just want to let you know that your bilingual elves and your Santa are definitely welcome in the city of Camarillo.
thank you, Martita.
Yes, of course. Thank you to all who have served and will continue to serve the city of Oxnard, the city where I was born and raised, and I'm very proud to know that my parents continue to live here as well. So thank you for your service. I've had the opportunity to work with some of you through my position as council member. Mr. Brian McDonald, we've had the opportunity to work on Economic Development Collaborative, and I wanted to thank you for what you brought to the table at every meeting. Thank you for your input, and while you will not continue to serve, I'm sure you will be voluntold into the community to continue to do good. And I wanted to thank you for your 30 years as a police officer, serving our community and protecting our community, the 16 years that you continue to provide with the city of Oxnard. And Mayor John Zaragoza, we met a couple of years ago when, unfortunately, there was a tragic accident of the little boy who was crossing the street in La Colonia.
That's right.
And you immediately, you along with fellow supervisor, former supervisor Carmen Ramirez, you provided immediate support and assistance to the family through the nonprofit that I'm executive director of, Friends of Field Workers. And I just wanted to thank you not only for that, but your continued support of the most in need in our community. And the city of Camarillo would like to recognize you for those efforts.
Thank you.
I do have this certificate of recognition for you, Mayor. It's presented to Mayor John Zaragoza on behalf of the city of Camarillo and the city council for your 62 years as a policymaker, 32 years as a public employee, 4 years as the mayor of the city of Oxnard, and 12 years as a member of the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors. The Camarillo City Council wishes you the best in all of your future endeavors. And if you have any retirement parties, we would love to be a part of it. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Martita, and thank you so much. Martita, I want you to send a message back to your city council because I know that we lost Mr. Morgan, and I had a pleasure of working with him for many, many years at the Ventura County Airport Authority and others too. So please share that, our sincere condolences to the city of Camarillo for that. Thank you so much.
Mayor, next we have Vianney Lopez with the Ventura County Board of Supervisors.
My favorite supervisor.
My mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I am here before you, bittersweet, to come and give this presentation in recognition to the 4 outgoing elected officials, and to thank you, one, for your service to our city, but also thank you for being a colleague, each of you being colleagues in public service in our community, working together, working across agencies to ensure that the residents of Oxnard, that the residents of Ventura County do have what they need to have healthy, successful, and fruitful lives here in our community. And one of the greatest things that for us as public officials that we can take is learning from others, especially those who have come before us. And so I look at you specifically, Mayor. I look at you specifically, Mayor Pro Tem, because both of you came before me, both at the City Council level and at the Board of Supervisors. But I greatly appreciate the opportunity that I had to serve alongside both of you, alongside Councilmember Madrigal on the City Council, with an overlap with you, Mayor, of 2 years, and during a very challenging time. But it was in those moments, especially in deliberations, that we really got to learn from each other. And I take those moments where we got to learn how we were each thinking, processing, and how we were all working to serve the residents of the city of Oxnard. So I'm just grateful for that opportunity that I had to work with you, for the support that each of you have provided me in my capacity as a former council member and now as a Board of Supervisor representing the 5th District, to work with each of you in our different capacities. And there's a few mentions that I want to bring up early on, Mayor, as you served as supervisor. You were running for re-election, and I don't know if you remember this, but you were running for re-election. It was in 2012, and we were at a holiday breakfast. It was around this time. And I had mentioned to someone, tomorrow morning I'm running in the Santa to the Sea. I was just doing the 5K. I wasn't that ambitious. And you heard that, and I think you turned to Bill Gallagher and said, wait, what? You're running against me? Thinking that I was running against you.
I still remember
supervisor. And I just thought it was funny, and now here we are, full circle. So I didn't run against you, but
the good old Bill.
I am honored to continue in the legacy that you left in the Board of Supervisors for the 5th District. And tied to the holidays, soon after the 2018 election, when I got elected to Oxnard City Council, it was Councilmember Oscar Madrigal who reached out just before the Christmas parade, the Oxnard Christmas parade, and invited me to join him in his entry. And so I just really appreciate, Oscar, you reaching out early on and working to establish that relationship as a colleague, and the work that you're doing in education, which is so important for our community. And tied again to the holidays, that Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, just thank you for being an incredible supporter of mine, for being a great colleague, for bringing that sense of humor that we need on the dais every so often, especially when there's those really tense moments and really tough discussions happening. And that I still cherish my picture with you when you dressed up as Santa, and I let out that secret in case anyone didn't know. But just really appreciate the opportunities that I had to work with each of you. And Councilmember Valenzuela, I've known you for quite some time, so thank you for taking into working towards this position to represent the residents of District 6, the district that I reside in. And I turn to Ms. Chaparro as well, because our swearing in 2020 was virtual, so I didn't even get to be here in person with you. But just want to thank you for the work that all of you have done for our community and representing us. And I stand before you on behalf of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors to recognize and commend the work that you have all done, the work that you leave behind, making Oxnard a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So what do we have next? Madam Clerk.
Mayor, we can move on to presenting the resolutions.
No, we have one more here.
Apologies. We have Paulina Rivera with Assembly Member Steve Bennett's office.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. On behalf of Assembly Member Steve Bennett, I would like to present to Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, Councilmember Valenzuela, and Councilmember Madrigal a certificate of recognition in honor of your exceptional community engagement and dedication to the citizens of Oxnard during your years of public service on council. Thank you for your significant contributions, collaboration, and commitment to the city of Oxnard's prosperity and resilience. Your advocacy efforts truly made a difference in improving the quality of life of all residents. Congratulations and best wishes in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And by the way, quickly, thank the supervisor or assembly member. I still call him supervisor because I had the pleasure of working with Steve for 12 years, and we accomplished quite a few things together, for the county of Ventura. And I know that today he was taking his oath over in Sacramento, but please thank him again for all the good work that he's done, and of course, representing the state of California, and of course, our district. So thank you again and wish him happy holidays too.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So no other elected officials, Madam Clerk?
No more.
Okay, so now as I mentioned initially, now we are going to present 5 resolutions commending our elected officials who are going to be leaving our office for the service of Oxnard. And we're going to take each item. I'm going to read the resolution, ask for the official to say a few words, and then comments from the city council, then anybody from the audience would like to speak. So I'm going to start off with our city clerk. Madam Clerk, you want to come up for a couple of minutes here? We can start. Okay, this is resolution of the City Council, City of Oxnard, commending Rose Chaparro for 4 years of dedicated public service as the city clerk of the City of Oxnard. Whereas Rose Chaparro was elected to the city clerk in 2020, and where Rose Chaparro has served the city with dedication, diligence, and skill in the position of city clerk for the past 4 years. As her clerk, she was responsible for the preparation of minutes, agendas, conflict of interest for the past 4 years, where she served as a city election official in 22-24 municipal elections, and on March 7, 2023, special elections for District 6. Now therefore, City Council, City of Oxnard, resolves to commend and recognize and extend its gratitude to Rose Chaparro for 4 years of dedicated public service, and extends the best wishes to her in her future endeavors. In witness thereof, we have the hands that are placed on this great certificate, or this resolution, by all council members and myself. So, if you want to go back and share, you want to share some information?
I just want to say thank you.
Okay.
If I could. It's been an honor to serve my city, my community in the capacity of city clerk for the past 4 years. I am grateful for the kindness and support that I have received from my council members, from our mayor, from our staff, from our community. I have truly enjoyed working with each and every one of you. It's been a learning and growing experience and an important part of my professional journey. I want all the best for my city, and it's been a pleasure to serve my community for these past 4 years. And I would also like to wish all the best to our new council members and our new mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have council members who'd like to share any remarks? Not yet. Afterwards. Council members?
I wish you the very best in any future endeavors, and happy holiday season, but the very best in future endeavors. Thank you for your work here. Thank you.
I would just like to thank you for all your efforts and hard work for our city for the last 4 years. Best wishes to you in your future endeavors, and anything I can ever do to be of assistance, please reach out and let me know. Thank you.
Councilor Valenzuela?
Yes, Clerk Chaparro, thank you very much for your years of service here for Oxnard and our residents, and look forward to seeing what you do next. Thank you.
Councilor Basua?
Mr. Chaparro, thank you for the service that you've given the city of Oxnard, for always greeting me with a smile and always saying the kindest things to me. I wish you the best in whatever life brings, and thank you again.
Councilor Madrigal?
Thank you for your hard work and dedication, and thank you for, like Councilwoman Basua just said, for your kindness and sweetness, and always not only asking me how my day is, but always asking about my family. Appreciate it very much.
Councilor Metron?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for all of your service to our community. And I have one quick correction from the resolution. I believe you also served as the elections official for the November 2nd, 2021 special election that I was elected in. So just throwing that out there, folks. But I do want to thank you so much, and I will share that prior to serving on the council, you're coming on board and doing the work in the midst of the pandemic and going to a virtual setting. That was no easy feat, I'm sure. But I will say that as a member of the community who would regularly comment, it was always pleasant to hear your voice say, Mr. Turan, you have 3 minutes, press *6 to unmute. And so, if anything, I hope you look into voiceover work. That you have a very pleasant voice. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, it's been an honor working with you. You know, I know that your office is next to my office, and it's always a pleasure seeing you come in the morning, and so forth. But one of the things that I never did right, you always wanted to find out who spoke first and who spoke last. But I want to thank you again for all the good work that you've done, putting the minutes together, and I know that your staff did a really, really good job working with you. And it was an honor working with you for 4 years. And we started together, I remember during the pandemic, we were here, there was nobody here, just you and I, and our city manager and our city attorney. And that was 4 years ago.
And we still got COVID.
We still have COVID, can you believe that? But anyway, thank you again for your excellent work. Thank you. Okay. Put your hands together again for them. Our next resolution is for our council member Valenzuela. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard commending Arthur Valenzuela for 1 year and 8 months as a dedicated public service and a member of the Oxnard City Council representing District Number 6. Whereas Arthur Valenzuela Jr. has faithfully served the residents and businesses of the Oxnard community as a council member on the City Council, representing District 6 since he was elected April 4, 2023. Whereas Arthur Valenzuela Jr. has distinguished himself as a valued leader who consistently brought a high level of dedication and commitment to his office, and who has worked many, many long hours on behalf of the residents of Oxnard. Where Arthur Valenzuela Jr. has been active in local government and helped bring fruition to numerous projects and contributed greatly to the city as a member of the Oxnard City Housing Authority. Where Arthur Valenzuela has been instrumental in advancing social justice, restoration of Oxnard Beach, Ormond Beach, environmental sustainability in our city, where Arthur Valenzuela Jr. was an advocate for resident engagement and involvement in community programs. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Oxnard does hereby resolve to commend and recognize and extend its gratitude to Arthur Valenzuela Jr. for 1 year and 8 months of dedicated public service for his significant leadership as a member of the City Council, representing District 6, enriching the Oxnard community for the betterment in present and future generations. And witness hereof is signed by all the council members and myself. You want to say a couple of words? Yes. You can go with that. I'm going to yes. Okay. And by the way, go ahead, put your hands together. Let me,
Thank you very much, Mayor Zaragoza. To my colleagues on the council, I deeply appreciate this resolution. The concept of democracy is very beautiful because it promises a peaceful transition of power, or it's supposed to at least promise a peaceful transition of power at all levels of government. And I'm really thankful I've had the opportunity to be here and provide some services and support for our Oxnard residents and the community, whether it be the 3,200-foot setbacks on oil wells here in Oxnard and Ventura County in the state of California, supporting our healthcare workers here at the St. John's Regional Medical Center, or forming stricter tenant protections to keep our South Oxnard families together. I would say, ever since last month, a lot of folks asked me, hey, what are you gonna do next? I still work at the port. I'm still a proud longshoreman. I still have another 2.5 years to go until I could be fully invested into my union and support the LWU and working class residents. So still very committed to that. reaching out to a couple of nonprofits, seeing on what else I could do to provide for my community. But I think the last thing I'll add into that right now, I think I could say I probably went through a very difficult year or term personally, and I think 2 weeks ago I attended an event in Thousand Oaks for MMIW, Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women panel. And my friend Marianne Parra was one of the speakers there. And she shared some of the words like, the events I lived through will always be a part of me. And I think moving forward, one of the things I am committed to is trying to support other survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence. I know I haven't always been very public on every detail, but as a survivor of both of these events last year, it did create a lot of turmoil in me in my personal life. So I look forward to supporting other survivors, whether it be through nonprofit, through the Ventura County Family Justice Center, or so forth. But I hope I can help other people who went through similar situations as such as myself. And I look forward to also seeing how providing support to the incoming mayor and council members as they move forward in the upcoming year. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Council members, any thoughts? We'll start with Councilor Tehran. And then we'll come back this week.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say thank you to Councilmember Valenzuela for your service. I know that you and I have had a number of conversations on different ideas and visions for the city of Oxnard, but also where the challenges overlap with District 6 and District 2. Knowing that District 6 certainly has a number of historical, generational challenges and traumas that are things that will take more time to address than probably any of us have in these seats up here. But the work has to continue, and it has to, in some cases, start somewhere. And I appreciate the many efforts that you've worked on to get folks engaged and do some work within the last year and 8 months to better District 6 in some way or another. It's been a pleasure serving with you, and I look forward to continue to work with you no matter what the capacity. So again, thank you for your service.
Councilmember Dragon.
Arthur, thank you. It was a pleasure serving with you. Your passion for the community definitely showed during your tenure here. And, all your hard work and dedication to this position, you did well, you did great. But the biggest thing over the last few years of knowing you is your true commitment to the community as a person is unfounded. You love this community and you're willing to work hard regardless of what your position is. You give it your all to the community, and I truly appreciate that of you. And, you will be missed here, but I know that you will do many great things in this community in Oxnard for the foreseeable future. So best of luck.
Thank you, Councilor Basila.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Valenzuela, it's been an honor and a privilege for me to serve with you. Thank you for always taking me into consideration when things happen in the south of Oxnard. And I have had the pleasure of getting to know you a little bit better over the last year and 8 months. And I'm sure that you will continue to be a great part of Oxnard, and you will continue to serve your community in any capacity that you're able. I can't wait to see what the future holds for you. And as always, if anything comes up, you can call us, council members here, and I'm sure I will continue to see you around.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Arthur, thank you very much. It's always wonderful to see a homegrown young man come to work on this body. And I say that wholeheartedly, and over the years that I've been here, I've been able to know your grandparents, your mom, your aunt, your uncle, and other members of your family, and you're all just wonderful assets to this community. So I appreciate the fact that you were born and raised here. stayed here, grew up locally, and became part of the future of this community. And I thank you very, very much for your efforts and wish you all best in your future endeavors.
Thank you. Councilman Perillo?
Thank you very much. First off, I got to know about you from shopping at Vaughn's and meeting your mom, getting to know your mom. Tremendous lady. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share just a bit with you, hasn't been mentioned. When I was on the council, I was an advocate for district boundaries and elected officials from districts. And I could only get the support from Council Member Oscar Madrigal, the only one that would go for that. But it wasn't a majority. And it wasn't until Arthur Valenzuela, through his interest and his beliefs, sued the city, causing that to happen, which also created districts. And that's a big deal. That is a tremendously big deal. As they say, there's more than one way to skin a cat. As the chair of the Public Works Commission, Arthur was always there. Sometimes the meetings always start late. He was always there. And as a member of the working class, Arthur was there even when he had to work late, work early. He always put in his time here. The last thing, I may not have agreed, but I have not met a person that was willing to put his neck on the line as much as Arthur was in causes that he believes in. I consider that fearless. That took a lot of balls. It took a tremendous amount of more than just that. And you don't find that. You find a lot of people say things, but very few people will push it. And he deserves all the credit in the world for that. Going to miss you on this thing. Wish you the very best in the future.
Thank you. I just like to share a couple of words too. Everything that was said by all the council members, I think they were probably reading my presentation. Can you believe that? No, but one of the things that really it's been an honor working with you, and you're one of the youngest council members that we've had here in a long, long time. You're not quite, about 30, 31 years old by now. And one of the things that I always remember, well, I got to know anyway, that my first fundraiser, going back to 1994, was at your grandma's restaurant. And she was the first one. They said, Mr. Council Member, I wasn't even a council member then, says, you're going to go a long, long ways. She was a really smart young lady. And I remember at the time, we had the fundraiser there at your mom's, and that evening, you're not going to believe what happened, ladies and gentlemen. We had a really good fundraiser. We raised about $2,000, and that evening we had an earthquake. It was an earthquake in 1994, and we're shaking out there, and I told my wife, oh my God, we have an earthquake. It's a good thing we had the fundraiser last night. But anyway, I got to know I think your mother, worked at Vaughn's. And again, I just want to commend you for all the good work you've done. I know that you traveled to D.C. the last election, a couple of elections ago that we had for the Democrats. And also, you also traveled to Sacramento today to commend the folks that were actually sworn in today. So thank you again for all your good work you've done. And I know you're a young man. You're going to go a long ways, and thank you. One of the things that I failed to mention too was, is there anyone that'd like to speak on behalf of our clerk and also from the audience at this time? If not, then, okay, coming up. Mm-hmm. We have one speaker here.
Good morning, Council. How are you guys? Well, first of all, I feel unwelcomed here today. As soon as I walked in, I got, unwelcome. Was told that Vianney Lopez is afraid of my presence or afraid of me. That was with seniors, at your Oxnard rec department. Mm-hmm. Mentioned that to me. So anyways, that's just the harassment I went through probably for the past, 4 years with you guys. And besides the point, I just want to congratulate City Clerk Rose. If it wasn't for you, your accomplishments and working as city clerk and really putting a good agenda together, I don't think a lot of these nonprofit organizations would have pulled through during COVID. No matter who sits on council, nobody realizes the work you put in as a city clerk gives opportunity for a lot of people behind here that collects their checks. It really represents a lot of these, recreational centers and activities. When I ran for office, he told me to sign and register myself as a caregiver. Probably the best thing I ever did for the state. When it comes down to seniors, veterans, and home care, home health, assisted living facilities, I think that's probably the best attachment ever, because after Carmen left, it became the agenda of the people, for the people. So at the end, transparent-wise, that's probably the reason why President Joe Biden stepped down, because of the issues here in our city. So at the end, all I want to say is just that, sue me if I'm wrong, but I'm not. But unfortunately, our Latino community is what's going to be hurting the next 4 years. But at the end, we can't take for granted workers like Rose Chaparro. Mayor Zaragoza, he knows my dad since I was a kid. No matter what our issues were politically, you knew my family. You knew the orientation and the foundation of the agenda. Council members, no history, but thank you for your support. But Perello, always good to see you during debates. Sorry you didn't make it, Officer McDonald, but at the end, we do have to appreciate City Clerk Rose Chaparro, because at the end, the good work leaves with her. She's the one that really put in the effort, put it all together, make sure we all look good when we got endorsed by candidates, Democratic parties. I may be the laugh, but no, I stepped down. I gave everybody an opportunity to take that oath for the police department. So at the end, it's integrity. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. Congratulations, Rose, that, hopefully God opens new doors for you. I think that you'll make it and pull through. I don't want the city to take you for granted. And Mayor, thank you for sitting down at Starbucks. It was nice. You really, no matter what, thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations, guys, for the new council members and Valenzuela. You really did pull through these past 4 years. I heard your council meetings, and I think your district is really going to miss you. All right. Well, congratulations, guys. Thank you.
But before I continue, I want to share something else, as I know that the city attorney is looking at me. We've, not to do with you, I'd like to have a motion to approve the resolution for our city clerk.
Second.
First by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Basua. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perello.
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next motion is going to be a motion to approve Councilman Valenzuela's resolution. We need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Camparello, second by Turan. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perello.
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next resolution is for Oscar Madrigal. Okay, this is resolution of the City Council, City of Oxnard, commending Oscar Madrigal for 8 years of dedicated public service as a member of the Oxnard City Council, representing District Number 3. Whereas Oscar Madrigal has faithfully served the residents and businesses of Oxnard community as a council member and the City Council representing District 3 since he was elected in 2016. Where Oscar Madrigal distinguished himself as a value leader who consistently brought a high level of dedication and commitment to his office, and who has worked many, many long hours on behalf of the Oxnard residents. Where Oscar Madrigal has been active in local government and has contributed greatly as a member of the Oxnard Housing Authority, numerous boards and committees, including the Bixby Erosion Authority for Control of Operations of Nourishment, an alternate for the Carnegie Art Museum, the Cornerstone Board of Directors, the Oxnard Downtown Management District, the Downtown Improvement Task Force, Homeless Plan Working Group, Ventura County Governments, alternate, Ventura County Animal Regulations Commission, alternate, in which Oscar Madrigal spearheaded to fruition numerous projects, cast iron pipe replacement projects in the Colonia area, and also Green Alley projects in Colonia, the neighborhood paving phase, in Colonia, the Del Park restroom, the Olympic quality skateboard in Colonia, the boxing gym roof rehab in Colonia, and roof repairs, the boxing gym interior rehab, the Soul Park playground replacement, and the Ramona School pedestrian enhancement. And whereas Oscar Madrigal was an advocate for and resident for engagement and involvement in the community programs and youth empowerment. Now therefore the City Council, City of Oxnard does here resolve to commend and recognize and extend their gratitude as Oscar Madrigal for 8 years of dedicated public service and for significant leadership as a member of the Oxnard City Council representing District 3 and enriching the Oxnard community for its betterment and also for the future generations. In witness thereof, we hereby set our hand and cause a great seal of Oxnard to be affixed on this on December the 3rd, 2024. Oscar, you want to sit down? He's going to share a couple of
We do
words.
have a speaker. So would you like to take it after your comments?
Yes, I wanted to find out if the council members have any comments, and then we'll go to the speaker.
Thank you.
Mhm. Oscar?
I guess. Thank you very much. It's an honor and pleasure to be here the last 8 years. Overall, it's been a positive learning experience, something that I will always take with me in whatever the future holds. Doing city government is a difficult job. It is something that you always take into account, and something that is very time consuming, very difficult work. And, at times, the aspects of gratitude may or may not be there, but at the end of the day, you do it for the love of the community. And that always kind of goes a long way. The city staff and, city leadership, has, changed over the last 8 years. Some people have been here, way longer than that. Some people have been here 30 plus years. And, I don't have enough words of gratitude towards staff because day in, day out, they're here, 8 to 6. Some people, they have 12-hour shifts. Some people have 24-hour shifts, and they do it for the love of the community. They do it for the betterment of the residents of this city. So that's always something to take into account. This city is on the up and up. The city is doing well. I will miss being up here. The community of La Colonia, near and dear to my heart. And as the mayor mentioned, there's many different projects coming along the way. And one of the key things is, I would love to thank all city staff, of course, my colleagues, every single one of them, current council members, past council members. They were all great. I learned something different from every single one of them. I don't have enough time to mention everything that I learned from everyone. But, the aspects of, positive leadership, the aspects of, how government necessarily runs on the staff perspective, but also on the council perspective. You kind of mastered every kind of little thing here and there. And it's learning from every single person that's been up here and people who have been here before me that has helped me do what I do. I'll briefly go through it like I did mention with Councilmember Valenzuela. His hard work and dedication, realistically, I was here for probably an extra 7 years. If it wasn't for him, I would have been gone 7 years ago because of the recall. He brought a large group of people together and saved 4 people that were up here at the time. Councilmember Perello, I know that you're taught that there are no friends while you're up here, but I would like to say that's someone I consider a friend, someone who took me under his wing from day one. And that actually went a long way to me. Councilmember McDonald is probably, no offense to anyone else, but the person I probably respected the most. He kind of was here from the beginning, and I always kind of looked for his words of wisdom, and I learned from that. Mayor Zaragoza, a great leader and someone that, you know, you wanted to be like. Someone who came in, did his work, but, you know, always remained positive and never lost track of who he was as a person, and that's very admirable. Councilwoman Basua, and again, no offense to anyone up here, but I always felt that she was the most important person up here. She was the quote-unquote true leader of the council since day one, since she was here in 2018. She brought that perspective of working for a city staff and also being a council member. And, you know, she's all, well, you know, that's great, but have you looked at it this way as well? And, you know, I learned a lot from her. And Councilmember Tehran, always great. You could tell that he loves what he does. And, you know, he's kind of like, oh, wow, like, didn't look at it that way before, but he's going to be here for a long time. And probably, you know, not jinxing him, but probably the future mayor of the city. And, you know, to me, that means a lot. And also, you know, did make me quite popular on social media because of my, I say it's cream, but people say it's white, my white coat, but it's fine. But overall, you know, it's been a pleasure being up here. And I obviously would never have done it from day one if it wasn't for my family who's here. So to them, thank you. And I'll say lastly, Adam in here has always been great. They helped me along the way. We'll miss all of them. Great leaders. Steve was city attorney when I started, and Steve's still here. So Steve is someone who I could always kind of look to and see kind of how the meeting's going. And he does well about keeping us in line. Assistant City Manager Golden, or Ashley, always great speaking with her, and you know, she has a lot of insight and always a great person to work with. And City Manager, thank you for the last 6 years, and I know you came in with a plan for the city, and your plan's working. We went from a $9 million deficit to a $35 million surplus. And more importantly, you know, you go out of your way to help every single one of us, and including myself. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any thoughts? We'll start off with Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yeah, no, thank you for your kind words, Oscar. I think back in 2022, when I first reached out to you about running for the special election, like you were the first person I got to sit down and chat with, and like I'm very thankful for like all the mentorship and support you provided me. I've definitely learned from you, representing our traditionally older communities, how to try and provide support for them. You're the one who first advised me on, try and focus on your residents. Like they don't care about the special districts or so forth, but like they need to be taken care of. And I took those words to heart on trying to provide the proper services for them. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Perillo.
Thank you very much. I'm going to miss Councilman Oscar Madrigal tremendously. Oscar Madrigal, council member Oscar Madrigal, was a representative at large, the entire city, not just Colonia, not just District 3. He, like I, and the council members that were here at the time, represented the entire city. He never forgot that. Even when it became council districts, he never forgot he represented the entire city. He showed me things that I was unaware of, and I showed him things that he may have been unaware of. It was a tremendous learning experience, I believe, for both of us, a good one. Some things that I will not forget, and I hope that I never forget. He had no problem calling me out when I needed to be called out. He also, at the Rose Park Neighborhood Council Christmas meeting, saved a couple of his mother's tamales for me. And his mother can cook. They
Was
were
it tamales?
tremendous. And I told him to tell you, thank you. And I never personally did. Thank you very much. Mr. Madrigal, you got a heck of a cook there. The issues that have come up in the past with respect to the recall. I mean, the individual that initiated the recall is going to be a council member. And the individual that initiated the recall only recalled 4 of us, although 5 of us took the action that he claimed needed to be recalled. Oscar, myself, Tim Flynn, and Carmen Ramirez, we all survived the recall. It was a lesson I never wanted, and it's a lesson I'll never forget, but we all survived. And to the credit and thankfulness of all the residents in Oxnard, they saw a reason to keep us in the seats that we're in. The comments that Oscar made, one of the real reasons I'm going to miss Councilmember Madrigal and Councilmember McDonald. They were here in some of the darkest moments of the city. They didn't bail. They realized that they were looking out for the residents in this city, the people in this city. In areas of the city, they didn't know people. They didn't just do it on a district. They did it for the entire city. I think that we helped each other realize we represent, I say sometimes 250,000 people, over 200,000 people. I don't know 200,000 people, but I know that when I make a vote, I'm supposed to be doing the best that I can for those people. I learned some of that from Oscar Madrigal. I'm very, very fortunate to call him a friend. We had a bit of a competition at once to see who could get a team on a parade. And again, this Christmas parade, he and I are getting the Channel Islands cross country and water polo team on a truck through the courtesy of one of the trucking outfits. And Mr. Madrigal, Oscar Madrigal, was instrumental in doing that. And I want to thank him. I want to thank him for his service. I have no doubt that this man is going to go very far. I did very often wonder how he avoided accidents hauling down from his job in Thousand Oaks to make closed session. And when I've had to do it a couple of times, I have no idea how he did it, but he made it. He always showed up for work, and he was prepared. He was always prepared. Thank you for your service, Oscar.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oscar, I'll just say thank you. I will echo all the comments that have been said about you. It's been a pleasure working alongside of you and with you. And I think it's incredible when we have the opportunity to see other people's viewpoints and learn from them and excel by learning from them. So I thank you for all the work that you've done over the last 8 years. Wonderful job. Thank you.
Councilor Basua.
Councilmember Madrigal, even though I have been in government for a while, I was really new to this political thing. And when I first got elected, you sat to my right, and I had the pleasure of having Carmen Ramirez to my left. I had the best of the council. I was able to pick your brain in many ways. When I had questions in regards to the sidewalks in Colonia, he told me why we couldn't do certain things, which made perfect sense. Your dedication to your community, who you are as a person, I cannot say enough. I'm going to miss you, but I also know that you will go on and do good things, a lot of good things. You are now working in our community at Santa Clara High School. I'm gonna miss those talks. Well, actually, I'm still gonna text you. Actually, you're not gonna get rid of me. But it has been my honor to sit next to you and to learn from you. And I'm keeping your number. I'm not going to lose it, and you'll continue to hear from me. So I'll have to tell you about my kids, and I'll have to ask you about soccer. So, and I know your family is sitting up front. Para los papás de Oscar, gracias por haber criado un hijo que ha ayudado a la comunidad, una persona que yo considero un amigo que he podido estar aquí con él y aprender de él. Han hecho un buen trabajo con él y lo vamos a extrañar. Y gracias, yo sé que estar aquí en el concejal es mucho tiempo y a veces no podemos estar con la familia cuando queremos y eso también les doy la gracia porque no nomás es él, también son ustedes. Y muchas gracias por todo lo que han hecho por Oxnard.
Thank you, and the translation says thank you very much.
Yes.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Madrigal, for all of your service as well, and thank you for the kind words. I'm glad it shows that I love what I do, because that's true. I do love this. I love every moment of it, but being able to serve with someone with the level of knowledge and connection with your community that you have makes it that much better. And I appreciate the conversations we've been able to have in how we could collaboratively work together in bettering this community, no matter what that might look like, or no matter how small or how large those impacts might be. And it's funny that Councilwoman Basua mentioned the sidewalks in Colonia, because we've had that conversation too, and you taught me some really important factors and considerations that play into a legacy neighborhood like Colonia. And as Councilmember Perello mentioned, you also have been here when it was an at-large election, and I did not serve with you at that time, but it certainly shows that your care for the entire city has carried over even into district elections. That being said, District 3 was well served and is well served by you, but I know that when we had redistricting, a portion of District 2 went over to District 3, and I knew they were going to be in good hands. But I'll just say that the advocacy that you've had for all of the city, but especially District 3, but especially Colonia and Rose Park, highly, highly commendable. We should have a resolution just for that, for the amount of work and dedication you've had to these particular communities who certainly have at times felt like they were underserved by their city in the past, and you worked hard as an elected official to better that in some way for them, and that is highly commendable. And it makes sense because you can see the connection you have, both literal and familial and figuratively. So thank you so much for your service. It's been a pleasure to sit here next to you each meeting as well, and I wish you luck in whatever's next. I hope that you find good stuff to do with your Tuesday evenings now, but I know that we'll continue to see dedicated service from you no matter what that might look like. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Madrigal. It's been an honor for me to work with you. I've only worked with you for about 4 years, but what the council members mentioned, is exactly what I believe, that you've done a really good job. And one of the things that I want to commend you, because my understanding is, I wasn't here, that you and Councilman Perello were the people that actually brought our city manager to Oxnard. Is that correct?
I'd like to address that afterwards.
But I want to thank you for that, because I think it's probably, as I mentioned, I'll probably mention in my comments, this is probably one of the best city councils that I've worked with, and the best staff that I've ever worked with in the many, many positions that I've had. But I think that you've done an excellent job in Colonia, working with the people in Rose Park. People in Rose Park just absolutely love you. As was mentioned by Councilman Perello, I went out there a couple of times, and the food there, the pozole, the tamales, and boy, my God, it's just unbelievable what they do there. It's really fantastic. And also the fact that I remember when I was elected, I was sworn in as a mayor of Oxnard, and it was a pandemic, and you couldn't make it. You couldn't make it to the meeting, like all of us. And one of the things that I asked, I think one day, one of my staff members, I'm not sure if it was Martha, says, what is he like? He says, pan dulce. Remember I took you some pan dulce over to your house. And I knocked on the door, nobody answered the door, and I put the pan dulce underneath the door there. But anyway, I just want to commend you for all the good work that you've done in the Colonia, from parks to everything that you've done, working with our seniors. And I just want to thank you so much. Before you say anything, I saw your dad, and I thought he was your brother. Señora, está viendo, ¿verdad que se parece a usted? Le dije que yo creía que era el hermano de este. Señora, también mucho gusto. And the sisters, they always, I don't care where I went in Colonia, your two sisters were with you. And I really want to commend you, Oscar, for the good work you've done for the community. And as I mentioned before, I know you worked in Thousand Oaks and Westlake, and now you work in Santa Clara, where all my kids went to Santa Clara. But I commend you for all the good work that you've done for the city of Oxnard. And I know you want to share something.
Oh, yes, real quickly. When you did take the bread, it meant a lot. I had actually just gone out of the hospital with COVID, so it meant the world to me that you actually knocked, even though I did miss you. I was actually in the backyard, and I just remember getting a text that, I was knocking, and I'm, oh, wow. So it did mean a lot to me that you actually dropped off that bread. And second, over the last 8 years of being on council, I'll be honest, I always wanted to get a certificate from you, and I never got one until today. So, mission completed.
Oh, my God. My apologies. Thank you so much. I know our city manager wants to say something.
Yeah, if I can just chime in. So, first of all, Councilmember Madrigal, we are truly sad, and we will miss you. But I do want to recall, just flashback 6.5 years when I was applying for this job, and I'd gone through the gauntlet of all the interviews, the public interviews, the private interviews, and so on, the background checks, blah, 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 all that stuff. And so when I was offered the job, the next step was just the formality of the council voting on it. So I'm at home, I'm like, okay, I'll watch. And I'm watching the meeting, and at the time there were 5 people. So there was Councilmember Madrigal, McDonald, Perello, Mayor Flynn, and Councilmember Ramirez. And when they took the vote, Oscar says publicly, he wasn't my first choice.
And who'll give you credit for that?
So how do you like me now? And then the first winter I was here, went to the Rose Park holiday event, and I really thought he was going to introduce me as, here's my second choice. But he didn't. Over the years, we've certainly had our disagreements in terms of how we view the issues that come before us that matter to the community, but I don't think we ever even questioned all of our collective commitment to serve the residents. It's been mentioned before, but your connection to the residents of this community in and outside of your district is like glue. And for that, we will miss you very, very much. The resolution has some of the many projects that you championed, advocated for, and fought for. Just want to raise one because it's going to come to fruition later, which is the Olympic Skateboard Park. I remember when we first talked about it, you educated me about the existence of an actual skateboard culture, especially in the Colonia neighborhood, and we tried our best to deliver an Olympic qualified, certified skateboard park, but it's too expensive, so we're now going to do the next best thing, which is an Olympic quality skateboard park, which is going to be a world-class skateboard park in the middle of the Colonia. So when it's done, we expect you to show up with your helmet and do a frontside 180. just want you to know, you're getting old, but you're still hip. And then finally, Councilmember Perello, at last year's holiday party in the neighborhood, he gave me 4 of his mother's tamales.
Oh, you see what happened to the
very
tamales? Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on for Oscar?
Yes, we do. Monica Madrigal.
Mhm.
Other side, so I don't know how this works.
Okay, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. I think I'll need a little bit less. Okay, so I would like to start off by thanking all 9,119 individuals who came out and voted in District 3. This election was extra special to us because our dad was able to vote for the first time for Oscar.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
Thank you. Running for office is no easy task. I'm one of Oscar's sisters and a very proud one. In 2016, we campaigned together and were able to learn a lot from each other and about our campaigns. If you know Oscar and I behind the scenes, we clash, but at the end of the day, like we have each other's backs. So don't mess with my brother. Oscar was my first teacher and has been mine and my younger sister's all-time favorite teacher. I still give myself credit because I'm very humble for making him the teacher that he is today, because as a kid, I used to make him play teacher with me. However, I was the teacher, he was the student. As any older brother, he was always very positive, I'm assuming, and always energetic to play the student role. In 2019, my brother and I both got recognized as the award recipients of the El Concilio Latino Leadership Award. And it was an honor to be there and to receive the award together. My brother is giving, committed, and hardworking. He's never had one job, he's always had multiple, and he's done it with grace. He devoted the past 8 years to the city and will continue to give to the city that molded him and our entire family. It's one thing to say that you have lived in Colonia in the past, but it's another to actually live there in the present. We currently live there and will continue to give back. I'm proud to say that my brother truly gave back to our community, and we are forever proud of him. We are happy to have Oscar back for dinner on Tuesdays, and I look forward to the work that he will continue to do, even beyond the City Council. Thank you, Oscar, and thank you to all for being great colleagues to my brother. Have a good evening.
Thank you, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
No additional speakers at this time.
Well, thank you. So then we need a motion, an ordinance to.
So moved.
Second.
We'll get a motion from Councilor Perello, second by Valenzuela. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perello.
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Oh, okay, we needed about a 3-minute break because, okay, 3-minute break, and we'll be right. And we do have refreshments right at the door. If you have refreshments, let's make it 5 minutes. Is it on? Is it on? Yeah, okay. Please be seated. We're getting ready to start. Okay, Diego, start it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. That was a long 5 minutes, but it was well worth it. Thank you. I have another resolution. This is a resolution for Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem, this is a resolution from City Council, City of Oxnard, commending Brian A. McDonald for 16 years as a dedicated service member of the Oxnard City Council representing District Number 4, where Brian McDonald faithfully served the residents of businesses of Oxnard for 16 years as a council member and Mayor Pro Tem of Oxnard Council. And whereas Brian McDonald has shown dedication to public safety in the city of Oxnard as a member of the Oxnard Police Department for 30 years before retiring with the rank of Assistant Chief of Police. Whereas Brian A. McDonald has a long history of community involvement, including active participation in the American Cancer Society Gold Coast Community Council, as a prior chairman of the Elite Theater Company, as a board president, as a Knights of Columbus Council 750, as a member of the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board for the County of Ventura Behavioral Health and Department, as a vice chair, and also the Oxnard Salsa Festival Committee, and as a member. Whereas Brian McDonald has contributed to the development of officers through his Ventura College Reserve Academy, both as an officer in charge of an instructor since 1987, and continues to impact his professional experience in public safety and criminology as an adjunct professor for criminal justice at Ventura College. Whereas Brian McDonald has been active in local government and helped bring fruition to numerous projects and has contributed greatly to the city as a member of the Oxnard Housing Authority, numerous boards, commissions, committees, including LoSen, Amtrak, Pacific Surfrider, Ventura County Transportation Commission, Central Coast Rail Coordinating Council, Gold Coast Transit District, Association of Water Agencies, Ventura County Economic Development Cooperative, Oxnard Convention, Visitors Bureau, member of the National Latino Peace Officers Association of Ventura County, Southern California Edison Government Advisory Panel, and formerly a representative of the Southern California Association of Governments, the Downtown Management District, and Regional Defense Partnership for the 21st Century. Whereas Brian A. McDonald has demonstrated a commitment to public service and has worked tirelessly on behalf of the residents of Oxnard. Now, therefore, the City Council, City of Oxnard, hereby resolve to commend and recognize the extent of the gratitude of Brian McDonald for 16 years of dedicated public service and his significant leadership role in enriching Oxnard community for the betterment and present and future. Whew, my goodness. Thank you, Brian. Put your hands together for Brian. So with a couple of words for our Mayor Pro Tem.
It'll be more than a couple, but not a lot more than a couple. So, Mayor, thank you. First, I'd like to start off first by thanking you for allowing me to be your Mayor Pro Tem for the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a wonderful, wonderful achievement for me. I feel blessed to have served the police department for 30 years and council for 16 years. And that blessing is all of you sitting in this room, that you as a community allowed me to serve you both through the police department and also as an elected official. And there's not a day goes by that I don't remember that and think that, because that's why we do this. We do this for our community. None of us do it to get rich. None of us do it to be famous or whatever. We do it because we love our community. And I've lived in this area since 1974 when my family moved down here from Santa Barbara. And I remember my first exposure to Oxnard was probably in about 1971. I was on a track team for Santa Barbara High School, and we took a bus to Oxnard to run a track meet at the old Oxnard High School. And as we're coming into the city, we drove past Ventura Harbor, and then sand dunes and weeds and all kinds of stuff. And I'm thinking, wow, I've never been to this city before, but it's kind of interesting. And then came down Fifth Street to Oxnard High School. Well, lo and behold, 3 years later, my family moves to this area, and I've lived in Oxnard for the last 40 years. And I absolutely love living here. I love the community. And when it comes to doing public service, I always tease people. I says, I just sit up on the dais and look pretty, and I've gotten pretty good at that over the years. But really it's the staff that I'm able to work with, the public safety that we have here, all the people that I interact with that makes this a tremendous city. And I count my blessings every day that I have the ability to talk with staff and get answers to questions that I don't know. And they're always willing to talk with me. And the groups that have supported me over the years, the Western Ventura County Business Alliance used to be the Chamber of Commerce, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, the public safety unions, both police and fire, the labor unions. I'm truly blessed to have been able to develop such great friendships. And that's the real blessing out of doing this work, is that after I'm done serving on this council, I'll still be a community member here. I will still have those friendships, and I will still be able to reach out and talk with people. And I'm starting to get a little declamped. I don't usually cry at these things, but this is just so important to me. So I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for everything you've done to work with me and support me and help make our city the city that it is. And I think we're on the right track, and we've done great things. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor. Council members, any remarks? We'll start off with Councilman Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for all of your service as well. 16 years. Seems like it probably went by quickly, I'm guessing. Probably some days were shorter than others, I guess, too. I just want to commend you for the service you've given to this community, not just council. I guess I'm done. No. Not just on this council, but prior to that, in your service with our police department as well, to serve an entire career in public safety, serving this community. That already says a lot about an individual, but then to transition into serving this community from a policy and a legislative role really says a lot about what you truly believe about walking the walk and really wanting to continue to serve this community in different capacities. So thank you so much for that. And I will just say on a personal note, it's been a pleasure to work with you from the resident side to constituent side and as a colleague as well. It's been quite an honor. And thank you so much for all of the rides home after the council meetings. Some folks may not be aware, but I rarely drive to these meetings. My parking spot's almost always empty, and I usually walk here. And the mayor and the mayor pro tem made it clear early on in my tenure here that they didn't want me walking home. They were willing to offer me rides home. So thank you so much for that. We've had great conversations on that too. So thank you again for all of your service. Your presence will be missed, but it will be long lasting as well, the work that you've done on this council and for this community. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Madrigal.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald. It was a pleasure and honor working with you the last 8 years. I remember the first time I actually met you was way back in August of 2012. Way back when was the first time I ran for city council along with Councilmember Perello. It was a forum in the South Oxnard Library. I remember there was 13 candidates at the time. Looking back at it, 12 of those candidates did not know half of the things that you knew, Councilmember McDonald. Everyone spoke, but every time it was your time to speak, You were way above everybody else that was running that particular year. When I left that meeting or that forum, I kind of knew, well, I know who's going to come in first. I guess it's a race for second. And being here on council, I remember through your hard work and dedication, and I know years of experience, how easy it was for you to, oh, okay, then like let me just call so-and-so, and boom, within 15 minutes, something gets done. And that is something that will be missed here on this council. Your expertise, your knowledge, and just knowing so many people in the community and in other jurisdictions and other aspects of it, it will be sorely missed. And again, just thank you for your hard work and dedication over the last 16 years for the city as a council member and the 30 plus years you served as an officer. So please enjoy your time. But I know that you'll be busy by, I would say, the next day. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Basua?
Mayor Pro Temp, it has been an honor to serve with you. I've learned a lot from you. I want to share a story that I don't think a lot of, well, maybe they do know, but I didn't know when I first got on this council. I was amazed by the amount of knowledge and work that you did at the Halico site. A lot of people think that there was nothing being done. And when I inquired about it, I was told actually by Carmen Ramirez, you need to talk to Brian. And I remember placing that call to you very early on. You called me back right away, and you told me about all the work that you had done or continue to do for the Halico site. And I don't think that we give you enough credit for that. The amount of love that you have put into this city is impeccable. I am proud to call you a colleague, very respectful, and I'm going to truly miss your knowledge. But just like Councilman Madrigal, you're taking with you so much institutional knowledge that sometimes is needed in order for mistakes not to be repeated. And I hope that you will continue to hold whatever council is here accountable, and that you come back and you share the stories. You have lived it. You were here, and I was here also, when we took dramatic cuts, where I was new to the council and these decisions were being made, where labor groups were coming and we were cutting, and we were asked to make tough decisions. And you, along with the veteran council members, guided this council. And because of that, because of those tough decisions that were made, we are now seeing a city that is striving. You leave this council with the big legacy, and I hope you know that. The city of Oxnard will continue to be fruitful. We will continue to do great things. And I hope that you continue to come back and tell us those stories of what not to do. Because history is sometimes forgotten, and we need to continuously remember where we were, and we need to move forward. And you have been a great role model, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilman Perillo?
Councilmember Basua said a lot, and I don't believe that I can add a lot to that, but I'll try. I remember the very first time that I got in close proximity to Brian McDonald was on a fiscal policy task force meeting. I was a member of the public, and there was a discussion about retaining the auditors for the firm that had done the City of Bell, and they had just been in the LA Times, big deal. And I'll never forget that meeting. I'll never forget Brian's first words to me. Memorable. But as time went on and I got to be a councilman, I found that Brian can be quiet, oftentimes really quiet, and every once in a while he'll say something, and it may be funny, it may be right on the point, but there were times when he would say something and it would have to be like a compliment, and usually compliment to his wife, and it'd be like, wow, where did that come from and how did that get there? But I will also not forget serving with Brian and finding out just how bad the city's finances were. And I remember, I look at myself on that thing and I got white hair. I think I had black hair before I found out how bad the city's finances were. And things had been covered up, and it wasn't Brian. Brian was doing everything he could to get the stuff out in the open. And if it wasn't for Brian, I don't believe a lot of the stuff we might never have gotten out of you can use whatever word you want, the mess the city of Oxnard was in. Brian McDonald has brought a lot, and again, Councilmember Basua, history. If you don't learn something about what happened in the past, it can happen again. And the voters speak. There will be 4 new members, a new majority on this council, and I hope that they all take an opportunity to get a hold of Mr. McDonald, current Councilmember McDonald, because ladies and gentlemen coming in, you'll be surprised what you think you thought you knew and find out what you don't know. And there's an opportunity to find some answers from Mr. McDonald. And I know he's availed himself to you. He's availed himself to me. And there were times when I was a little too proud to ask, and I found out how stupid I was when I didn't ask in time. And that's humbling. But Brian has been a rock on this council. And Brian, I gotta tell you this, there were times when he would make a funny comment and I'd think, boy, he's gonna pay hell when he gets home with his wife. But it didn't happen, and he's very lucky to have his wife. But I do recall there were times I'm like, ow, man. And, but I also remember that, not breaking any closed session things, that he was the man that spoke for the entire city when there would be something that needed to be said and people would tap dance around it. Believe me, every elected official can tap dance. But when it comes time to take a hard stand and put your neck out there, Mr. Brian McDonald will do it. We didn't always agree, but I learned he was somebody to respect and admire, and hopefully someday have the courage this guy's exhibited. He's going to be missed. He is going to be missed, and I said it before. When Brian McDonald was on the council and I got on the council, and then later Oscar got on the council, the things that the 3 of us that are still here went through, finding out just how bad things were. Audits, finances, you start going home and going, what did I get into? But you kept coming back to work. Brian never missed a day's work. And to complement that, being a peace officer, I know a lot of peace officers. I'm related to peace officers. And a lot of peace officers don't live where they work. This gentleman did. That's a compliment to the man as a man. And it's going to be missed. I miss him. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Valenzuela.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, thank you very much for your years of service, both as a city staff employee and also for your work here on the council. I hope former council member Doria Padilla doesn't get upset with me, but when I met with her and she said, going on to the council, at the time, these are her words, the only person that will be straightforward with you is Brian. And those words were very true and honest. I felt like you didn't play games with everyone. You're always straightforward with what you thought. And, working with you, I've seen those words to be accurate. And I think the first time I ever got a chance to work with you was back in 2017. I think it was a Friday morning. The city was closed, but you met with me and a couple other peers that were working to make Oxnard a safe city for our immigrant communities. And we took us up to the fourth floor conference room, and we chatted about it for quite a while. So, really had a lot more respect with working with you through that. And so thank you very much for bring that forward, working with us on that. But also, I like to say, like a lot of people who may not even have a chance to know you, that you are a very honorable person. Like, I know we don't always agree with on everything, but I've always found you to be very straightforward and honorable. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I make one last?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. This is what happens when you don't make notes. You forget to say stuff you want to say that's important to you. And I just want to thank this body for allowing me to be a part of all of you in the decisions we make on behalf of this city. Politics is a team sport. You don't do anything by yourself. You have to get 3 or 4 friends to agree with you to what they think is, and you think is right for this community. This body has been great to work with, and previous councils have been great to work with. So in addition to wonderful staff, wonderful friends, wonderful council members, thank you all very, very much for the honor to work with each of you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, I want to thank you for your 16 years as a dedicated service member of the Oxnard City Council. And ladies and gentlemen, I had the opportunity of working with Brian for many, many years. When I became council member many, many years ago. 200 years old. Brian, of course, was working for the Oxnard PD, and also he was a code compliance officer. You were part of the division that had code compliance. And I remember as a council member, I used to call Brian. First of all, he made a big mistake of telling me that he was a 24/7 compliance officer. So on Sunday, somebody would call me that the trash wasn't picked up or because there was a car in front of somebody's house. And I called Brian. Brian, can you take care of it? He says, yes, sir. I'll get it done right away. And he was that type of person. I don't care what time I called him, you were there. And nowadays, you really don't find employees that do that kind of, they're dedicated 24/7. I also had the pleasure of serving with Brian with VCTC, the Ventura County Transportation Commission, for 12 years or so. And I was chair of that board, and you were chair how many times of VCT? Twice. And then we did a lot of good work for the Ventura County Transportation Commission. We looked at widening the 101, looking at different items that we could do, helping the people over in Moore Park and Simi Valley, coming out with adding additional freeways, lanes over in Simi Valley, and also we put one big fence over in Moore Park where people were committing suicide, and we were part of that. And also the Gold Coast Transit. You know, Gold Coast Transit, I served there a couple of terms. I was chairman of the board. We were right here on 3rd Street when it first started. And also one of the things that we did, if you remember, if you go over Costco's, you see the new Gold Coast Transit. We were there part of that. We worked really, really hard to get those millions of dollars to build that Gold Coast Transit center, which is now one of the best centers in also the state of California. The other part that we had a good time, really worked together, RDP 21, the Regional Defense Plan, was put together during the BRAC, the Base Realignment Act. At the time, Congress was looking at closing bases, and Magoo was one of the targets. So RDP 21 was formed to fight the BRAC, and Brian and I belonged to that. We went many, many trips to DC. We went to the Pentagon. We went to see the generals, the admirals, and so forth. And one of the good things that Brian and I had was that he couldn't walk too much. If you've ever been in the Pentagon is gigantic. It's like 20 shopping centers put together. And this is more personal. Brian says, hey, Mayor, Supervisor, you want to go to the bathroom? And the reason we had to go to the bathroom, we had to ask permission. If there was 20 of us, you couldn't keep going. You had to go to the bathroom, and everybody had to wait, so everybody's doing this routine. But anyway, we were there. So we, that's just one of the things that we did. So anyway, so we had a really, really great time. We brought a lot of money to the bases. In fact, when we started RDP 20, and you remember, Point Magoo had a lot of buildings that were empty, and now we brought millions and millions of dollars when we lobbied Brownlee and Carbajal and Feinstein and all the folks there in Washington, D.C. And now our base is one of the best bases you can find. We bring in millions of dollars. Right now, in fact, the base has about 19,000 employees and several billions of dollars that are coming in to Oxnard. And about 67% of those folks that work there live here in Oxnard. And we were part of that, and really proud to work with you on those items. And of course, we, one of the things that you did that I think was really important is you and I talked a lot about what are we going to do. I would call him up, Mayor Pro Tem. We didn't violate the Brown Act, but we did talk. We did talk, and as it was mentioned, no, we did not. We didn't. It takes 4 to violate the Brown Act. So we did talk a lot, and a lot of the recommendations, accommodations, or information that he shared was really, really important. But one of the things that I mentioned to Brian when he was cleaning out his office the other day, he says, "Brian, what are you going to do now?" He says, "Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go home, sit back, pour me a nice glass of wine, and watch the new city council." Thank you again for really, really being a good Mayor Pro Tem, and the Mayor Pro Tem, just for information, is someone that's always going to have your back, and I think it's extremely important. Even though, this is, we're from different parties, I'm an R and I'm a D, but this is a nonpartisan committee, which I think is really, really important. But you serve the committee well, and I really trusted you as my Mayor Pro Tem. But I want to thank you for the 16 years that we worked together, and we're going to miss you. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, if I may just add to a few of the comments that have been said for the Mayor Pro Tem. Although I do want to start by sharing with you, I'm sitting here and I'm struggling with the image of you sitting here looking pretty and the fact that you were on the track team. I can't find the image. You can tell this is a retirement party. But I do want to add a few very specific things because that have been spoken, what Councilwoman Basua said and what Councilmember Perello said. The Mayor Pro Tem doesn't say much very often, but when he speaks, it's either profound or funny, and in some instances, profoundly funny. And I, too, on several occasions, thought his lovely wife would kill him. So with regard to Halico, and this is true that the majority of the residents in this community had never known this and will never know, really, because who watches these meetings anymore? But you heard all of the wealth of experience that the Mayor Pro Tem has had over the years in public service and with government. And it's that collective experience and the wisdom that comes with it, and also the patience. So for many, many years, the US EPA, their plan for the Halico site was to cap it in place. And Brian McDonald always refused to settle for that solution. And I was, only a few years ago, I was in a meeting, and part of what his knowledge about government was the patience to understand that the EPA staff would turn over. Now, I hope they're not watching this meeting. But I was in a meeting with Brian and the new EPA manager who was explaining the process and why they were committed to capping the dirt in place. And Brian listened, was patient, didn't say anything, and then he only said a few words, which, as I can recall, he said, "That's not good enough for my community." And he stood on that principle and that argument, even when I thought, this is the federal government here, what are you doing? Lo and behold, we do get a new project manager who's an incredible environmentalist at heart, and he's convinced her to explore actual removal of the dirt at Halico. So that's where Halico stands right now. Now, with the incoming administration, I don't know what happens to the EPA next year, but I want everyone to know Brian McDonald refused the easy solution for Halico, and for years and years and years fought for the best solution for this community. And it was all behind closed doors. It was all behind closed doors. He never talked about it. He never advertised it. And that itself is just immense in terms of his commitment to public service. So I just wanted to share that, and I need to see a picture of you on the track team. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers that'd like to speak on this item?
Yes, we do have a speaker, Manuel Herrera.
Thank you. Manuel, you got 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald. You know, for 16 years, we've either called you Mayor Pro Tem or Councilman McDonald. What are we going to call you now? Unemployed. Unemployed? So will it be Mr. McDonald, or can I call you Brian?
Sure, it's better than what you usually call.
Hey, we'll just keep that between us. Listen, I want to thank you for your 16 years of service as a council member and your 30 years with the Oxnard Police Department. You retired as an assistant chief, so you've done a lot in your time, so we thank you for that. I also want to thank you for your contribution to the members of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. Anytime they had a question and they would post it on there, you were quick to respond. And if you didn't have the answer, you would just let them know, hey, I'll find the answer and I'll let you know. And then sure enough, you would. So thank you so much for that. You know, one thing that you were known as was a non-politician. People didn't look at you as a politician. They looked at you as a neighbor. They looked at you as a friend. They knew you had no hidden agenda. You didn't do things for political reasons. All you wanted to do was just help your fellow citizens. So I thank you for that. And I want you to know you will always be welcome on Citizens for a Better Oxnard. You're a wealth of information. And the good news is, see, as a councilman, you got to be careful what you say, or now you don't. Feel free to go on there and just go for it. So thank you so much for your service. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
No additional speakers.
Thank you. So we need a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the ordinance.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Mayor Zaragoza, second by Perillo. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo.
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye, and I'm really happy that this at least passed. I thought it might waffle a little bit.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0, and I'm glad it passed too.
Thank you.
So now leave it up to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Stand up.
Okay.
Can I borrow your microphone? I'm out of time already? And we have the final resolution for the evening, and I'm honored to be able to present this to Mayor Zaragoza. And it's a resolution of the Council of the City of Oxnard commending John C. Zaragoza for 28 years of dedicated public service to the City of Oxnard. whereas John C. Zaragoza has faithfully served the residents and businesses of the Oxnard community for 28 years as a council member, mayor pro tem, and mayor on the Oxnard City Council, and a supervisor on the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, and whereas John C. Zaragoza has distinguished himself as a valued leader who consistently brought a high level of empathy, enthusiasm, and a commitment to excellence to his office. And whereas John C. Zaragoza has contributed greatly to the city as a member of the Oxnard Housing Authority, Community Development Commission, and numerous boards, commissions, and committees, including Las Cortes Incorporated, Nonprofit Housing Corporation, Neighborhood Conservation Task Force, Ormond Beach Property Oversight Ad Hoc Committee, Oxnard Airport Authority, Oxnard Convention and Visitors Bureau, liaison to the Association of Water Agencies for Ventura County, Beach Erosion Authority for Clean Oceans and Nourishment, Joint Oxnard Ventura Cooperative Pollution Control Board, and the Ventura Regional Sanitation District. And I think I missed the Local Agency Formation Commission, the Air Pollution Control Board, LAFCO, Ventura County Animal Regulation. He's done a lot. In fact, I'm surprised I got it all on one page here, but whereas John C. Zaragoza has been instrumental in advancing social justice, responsible economic growth, and environmental sustainability in our city, and whereas John C. Zaragoza has helped bring to fruition, did you tell him to put all those words in there? I can't say. To fruition. Okay. Fruition, numerous projects for the betterment of our community, including the Nyland Acres Center, the Farm Worker Resource Program, and the South Oxnard Library, the Anti-Graffiti Program, the Police Activities League Program, the recreational component for the after-school programs, significant affordable housing projects, the Del Norte Regional Transfer Station, the Esplanade Power Center, the Dallas Cowboys Spring Training Program, and the preservation of the Oxnard Ormond Beach wetlands area. And whereas John C. Zaragoza has led efforts to prevent the closure of McGrath State Beach, and whereas John C. Zaragoza was born in Ventura County and is an Oxnard businessman who has participated in numerous local organizations contributing to the betterment of our community, including the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Ventura County, Oxnard Kiwanis, Oxnard Board of Realtors, and Sunset Little League Board. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Oxnard hereby resolves to commend, recognize, and extend its gratitude to John C. Zaragoza for 28 years of dedicated public service and his significant leadership role in enriching the Oxnard community for the betterment of present and future generations. And in witness thereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed this 3rd day of December, 2024. Mayor, thank you for your service.
Okay. Well, thank you tremendously. It's really an honor for me. What I have today, and I'd just like to share with you that we are going to have a little slideshow that was put together by our staff, on some of my accomplishments. What I'd like to talk about, first of all, I'd like to thank Katie Casey and Cecilia Perez and Martha Guillen for putting the presentation that we're going to have, this little slide presentation. And I promise, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm not going to keep you here all night for my past 200 years in the City Council. Just for information, my daughter and I and my wife went together through a lot of boxes of history and accomplishments that I had throughout my career with the city. And what I'm going to talk a little bit about is going back 62 years, that I think is really extremely important. And it's going to take me about 15 minutes. I know people are tired. Bear with me. But I think it's really important that I share this information with you. But in all seriousness, I spent 62 years with the City of Oxnard as an employee, a policymaker in the City of Oxnard and County of Ventura, and a private business owner and also a resident of Oxnard. I'm not going to talk about my early 20 years before that because I'll be here all night. Thank you for the incredible privilege of serving over the last 62 years. The Oxnard community, ladies and gentlemen, has been the purpose of my life. I want to recognize those who made this journey possible. With my deepest gratitude goes to my closest supporter who is here tonight, my steadfast wife, Marianne Zaragoza. I'm also blessed and incredibly thankful to my daughter, Linda, my son, Johnny, daughter-in-law, Renee, and my grandchildren for their support. And my campaign manager, my good friend, Bill Gallagher, who's here with me tonight. Bill has guided me through my campaign since 1994. Heartfelt thanks, Bill, and here's with me. Bill, raise your hand, he's back there. Thank you. To Johnny, Renee, Linda, Jacqueline, Jacob, Liz DeHaro, and Patricia Garcia, they're city employees. They still work for, I'm sure that I think Liz DeHaro just retired from the Housing Authority, and Patricia works in purchasing. And I can tell you they were the pillars of my campaigns committee over the last 30 years. They helped me turn my dreams into reality. They really, really supported me. A special thanks goes to the County Board of Supervisors, Bill Gallagher, who's retired now, Lourdes Silverzano, Tracy Gallagher, who's here with me today, Jackie DeLeon, and also Jess Silverzano and Rod Thorpe, who's here also with his wife. We achieved great things as a team at the County of Ventura, and I'm profoundly grateful for their dedication. Also, I'm very deeply thankful to my staff at the mayor's office, Martha Guillan and Luli Lopez, for their outstanding support during my 4 years as mayor of Oxnard. And I'm going to share a little something here. It says, I'm really deeply thankful to Martha, my assistant. She was always there to do whatever it takes to do the work done. Martha has always been there to support the mayor's office. By reviewing draft memos, I write a memo, whatever it says, Martha cleaned it up and she did a good job. Helping out with emails. Every day emails, we got hundreds of emails and she was there helping with. Preparing accommodations and resolutions for our community. In fact, I asked Martha today, Martha, how many accommodations do you think we've done? It says only about 800 in the last. So I really appreciate her dedication. Not only does she supported my office, but she went above and beyond to help me and also the community. Her efforts will be greatly valued, and she was a key part of my team. Martha, I'm going to miss you. You're so reliable, and you'll be a great person. And you'll also be a good team player for the city of Oxnard for many years. Thank you for that. Also, my gratitude goes to our city manager, Mr. Alex Nguyen, and our city attorney, Steve Fisher, his dedicated staff, the department heads that are here today, hopefully, to Katie and Cecilia and every single city employee, and over the 1,500 employees here in the city of Oxnard. They have provided great service for the city of Oxnard. Ladies and gentlemen, I still believe, and I'm going to share that, and I said it over and over again, this is probably one of the best city councils that I've worked with, and also probably one of the best staffs that I had the privilege of working with. I know that a lot of people say, well, probably a lot of people when the campaign, he says, we're going to go out there and clean house. And I hope if you clean house, start from where we are, from that base and work up as opposed to going backwards. And I just want to share it again. I believe this is probably one of the best city councils that I've worked with, and also one of the best staffs that I work with. We have a city manager that just doesn't sit in his office. He goes and works. He's probably made more presentations to different neighborhoods than others. And we probably have one of the best legal staffs that I've worked with. Steve's done a really good job for us. So thanks to also the direction of the city council and the tireless efforts of our city staff and our residents, Oxnard economic development and other priorities are stronger than ever. A little family background, and it's just a really family background. I was born at VCMC, I've been in Oxnard all my life. I attended local schools, earned my bachelor's degree in business administration from the University of Laverne. My wife, Mary Ellen, and my 2 children, and 5 grandchildren, and family members here in Oxnard love Oxnard. We're proud it is a beautiful city. Our beginnings were very humble, and college seemed beyond my reach. I considered joining the military right after graduation from high school, but I fell in love with my wife, Mary Ellen. So making a living I took many construction jobs after graduation, not only as in construction, but also working in the fields, working the strawberries, driving tractors, and so forth. However, Mary Ellen had a different vision for me. She saw a newspaper ad in the press carrier, and she told me that they needed bus operators in the city of Oxnard. And she also called me Johnny and said, Johnny, I think you better apply for that job. So guess what? The Oxnard Municipal Transit at that time was called the General Services Department. I was just 20 years old when I took the test and passed the test for a bus operator. But then I took the test, and they sent me a nice letter in the city of Oxnard that says, Mr. Zaragoza, thanks you so much for applying, but you have to be 21 years of age to drive a bus. So, okay, I waited, and I turned 21, and I got hired as a bus operator. So I went from a cement guy covered from head to toe with concrete cement to a bus driver with a necktie. And Mary Ellen appreciated the new look with my tie. So on October 5th, 1962, I officially joined the Oxnard Municipal Transit as a bus driver, making a whopping $1.98 an hour. Can you believe that? I drove the Colonia Southside bus and the Colonia bus, connecting the community, getting to know the Oxnard residents, the neighborhoods, and schools. However, the workload at the transit eventually became very heavy. So our transit supervisor, Mr. Dave Lohman, who was managing the entire operation by himself, one afternoon got all the bus operators together and said, okay, you guys, I really need some help. I want to find out who can volunteer to help me out. And I was only 20-some years old at the time. And I looked at the older guys, they were the senior guys, they were 40 and 50 years old and 30 years old, and I'm only 20 years old. Nobody raised their hand, so I raised my hand. He says, John, you want to be my transit assistant? He says, yes, sir. And I got chosen, and that was my entry into management many years ago. So in the late 60s, I continued working my studies, ultimately earning my degree, and transitioning to the assistant transit supervisor, a role that opened the doors to even greater responsibilities for me. So then later on in the early 1970s, I then transitioned, took a test for residential refuse supervisor, and eventually became the refuse superintendent. And the refuse division at the time was a refuse department. And now it's a public works department, and now it's called the ER division. And so I joined that in the late 70s. So during my tenure, we implemented numerous programs that improve efficiency and reduce costs and brought essential services to Oxnard. Some of the programs that I helped launch were the automated collection program, the machine that picked up trash. It used to be all manual before. We had the recycling initiative, 935, stat mandates that we had to recycle. We also had opened the MRF. We studied the MRF. I remember Ben Walk and myself, we traveled all over the US and Canada looking for transfer stations. And we found a transfer station in LA with Bernie and Dan Huberman, who brought the MRF to Oxnard. And that was the transfer station that helped us with the recycling program. I started the neighborhood cleanup program with Mary Riley and over in Cal Giesler. We used to clean alleys with the folks that were on the program with the probation. The annual Earth Day celebration. One of the things that I'm very proud about is the automated collection program that saved the city millions and millions of dollars in productivity, reducing operator injuries by over 90%. We were the third most injured department in the whole city. It was police, fire, and refuse. So consequently, once we came out and started the collection program, we went from 30 routes to 90 routes. And then also we started the MRF, the transfer station, which benefited the city both financially and also environmentally. Furthermore, then 60 decades later, it was rare to see me in public without a necktie. Can you believe I'm still wearing a necktie? Also, you know, that necktie was born from the roles that I had over the many, many years. And at that time, they told me, my professor told me that a necktie was important, so I believed them, and I still do so. So consequently, I also became a business person. I opened Home Center Real Estate in John Zaragoza Tax Service. When I was going to college, I wanted to be a CPA, so I took accounting and so forth. So my professor, I got an A in the class. My professor says, "Hey, John, I think you ought to be a tax preparer." So I believed him, believe it or not. So I was working with the state. I earned my real estate broker's license and joined Foresight Realty at that time. And with permission for the manager, city manager, and public director, I started working part-time as a realtor and also preparing income taxes. And ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, this is crazy guy. I worked 20 years without missing a day at work. 20 years without missing a day at work. And then I ended up having my tonsils removed. I was at St. John's Hospital. I was off for a week and came back and was dumb enough to work another 11.5 years without missing a day at work. And I'm telling you one thing, balancing the two roles between my abilities as a part-time realtor, tax preparer, and also an ER superintendent, it was a lot of fun. So I really enjoyed it. Then the Board of Supervisors. My political journey began with the Oxnard City Council, as I mentioned before, where I served from 1996 to 2008, and as the Ventura County Supervisor in the 5th District, representing Oxnard from 2008 to 2020, and then as your mayor here in 2020. Throughout my decades in the office, I worked with the public and private partners in transformative projects for our economy. And together, as a supervisor, we established a 9-acre center providing essential services for after-school programs for local families. Some 3,000 individuals there in 9 acres. With 1,000 of those kids were under 18 years of age that had no place to play. So we raised enough funds to open that center. I also raised money at the time to prevent the closure of McGrath Park, which unfortunately now that Ventura's doing their waterworks was no longer McGrath Park. I also spearheaded the creation of the Farm Worker Resource Program to support our farm workers with their workplace challenges. The efforts that I had with the supervisor led the County Board of Supervisors to dedicate the John C. Zaragoza Community Center Park in recognition of my advocacy for the 9 acres community, and was deeply, deeply humbled and honored as a result of that. I'm almost done. As mayor of Oxnard on November 3rd, 2020, I was honored to be elected as mayor of the city. My public service journey includes 3 terms, as I mentioned before, as a board of supervisors, 12 years as the Oxnard City Council member, and 4 years as mayor. Today, thanks to the dedicated leadership and supportive city council, our Oxnard fiscal health is stronger than ever. Over the last 5 years, we've turned a $9.2 million deficit. We were in the hole. We were in the red, and it was really horrible. And now this year we have a $35 million surplus, a testament to the city's resiliency and our shared commitment to bring a brighter future to Oxnard. My approach, ladies and gentlemen, as mayor has been simple: to always be available for the people, whether attending ribbon cuttings, helping residents solve problems. The priorities of the community engagement were part of my job. I often say to the people, give me your problem. If I can't help it, I'll find someone that can help. That belief in people and respect for others has guided my entire public career. Also, the collaboration of the City of Oxnard with West Ventura County Business Alliance, Oxnard College, we developed a pipeline of skilled, qualified Oxnard workers to fuel the city's growth and support the outstanding businesses here in Oxnard. Ladies, I'm very, very proud, ladies and gentlemen, of the progress we've made in setting community priorities. In 2020, the passage of Measure E now brings over $40 million annually to Oxnard, enabling us to have projects to enhance our public safety, our infrastructure, and many more projects. And in fact, I'm seeing letters where people say that our parks are not good. Now we have probably the best parks there is. Our infrastructure is great. We have restrooms that are open. Our streets are getting paved. You can see Gonzalez Road from point A to point B. We just spent $36 million, and I'm very, very proud of that. So ladies and gentlemen, in closing, my official duties come to an end. I look forward to spending more time with my family and perhaps returning to a little bit of real estate to stay engaged. My grandchildren are all master's degrees, and they're a testament to the importance of education and perseverance, and I've always said the key to success is in education. And I actually thank them because of all the time I spend with the city. I've never been out of work, and I've always preached work. So ladies and gentlemen, esteemed council members, and beloved community, it is with humility and gratitude that I conclude my public career as mayor. Serving Oxnard over this past decade has been the greatest honor of my life. Thank you deeply and sincerely for allowing me this privilege. Thank you. Call for speakers.
Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes. Yvonne Gutierrez, El Concilio Family Services.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and council members. My name is Yvonne Gutierrez. I'm the Executive Director of El Concilio Family Services. We are an organization that's been around almost 50 years, and we would be remiss if we didn't come up here and say thank you to Mayor Zaragoza, who has also served on El Concilio's Board of Directors for many years. He has done so much in this community, but we wouldn't, we wanted to make sure that we took this opportunity to thank him personally for being a part of El Concilio Family Services. And on behalf of the Board of Directors of El Concilio, we wanted to thank you for your exemplary, dedicated community service and for being an exceptional hard worker and supporter of the Latino community, the immigrant community, and for being so hardworking for all of us here in Ventura County. So we wanted to present with you this resolution, and I'm not going to read it because I don't have my glasses, but I wanted to present it here to you and give you our heartfelt, warm gratitude for being of service to this community. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, Yvonne, and also thank Mohammed. I know he's the chair of the current Concilio board, and all your board members. It was an honor for me to work with you, and I remember Hank Lakaya.
Yes.
And I actually purchased that Concilio building for you guys.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Manuel Herrera.
Mr. Mayor, first of all, if you don't mind, I need to address staff as there's a mistake in your resolution. It's thanking you for 28 years of service, and that's incorrect. According to your own words, and as everybody knows, you've been in service for 200 years. So Ashley, can you make sure staff takes care of it? Okay, thank you. So all kidding aside, you have been an absolute role model to me, our youth, and everyone in Oxnard. You moved up the ranks as a city employee, became a council member, county supervisor, and eventually mayor. What else is there to accomplish, right? Well, rumor had it that you were thinking of running for president of the United States. But then they said that Mary Ellen said, oh, no, you're not going to do that. So anyways, we cannot thank you enough for everything you've done for this city. So I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Manny. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Cabral.
I'm here on behalf of the daughter, Linda Zaragoza Parra. And she wants to thank him, of course, every day, but she has laryngitis. But
How convenient.
how convenient, right?
Go ahead. I know she can't talk. She mentioned that to me today. Yeah.
So she wants to thank everybody here for present. And she also wants to say that she wants to just kind of express how the daughter, Jessica Parra, is in Texas, Fort Worth, Texas, and she is going by the model is success is in education. And she is, of course, going to be graduating here with a degree in psychology, and she's going to be going into psychiatry as well. So she's definitely following the motto of education is the key to success, and she will be. And of course, Linda also wants to thank her mother for supporting her husband. Mm-hmm. This is, of course, we can do this anytime, but this is, of course, public, that she wants to thank them to all everybody present here today. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, Linda wants to thank you personally for your guidance to her.
Thank you.
And your services.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dad, for all that you've done for us. And
Okay.
may you enjoy this journey in your second part of life. I just retired. Embrace it. Life is short. You never know what tomorrow brings.
Thank you. See, thank you.
Jacqueline Zaragoza.
Good evening, Grandpa Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the Oxnard City Council. My name is Jacqueline Zaragoza, and it is a privilege to be here standing in front of my grandpa tonight. Grandpa, it has been an honor to watch you serve as a public servant with your steadfast leadership for our community. It has also been a pleasure to work beside you, asking you for lunch money when you worked as a county supervisor. Grandpa, you have a heck of a resume, and you are not only are you available for your community, but you have always been available for me and for our family. It has been an honor, and what an epic era, and thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Thank you so much.
John Jacob Zaragoza.
You know, there's 3-4 Johns in the family, you know that.
Yeah, I figured I would let everyone know. He makes me use the Jacob on purpose, so we don't get mistaken. Mayor, Grandpa Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, my name is John Zaragoza. I'm obviously the grandson, in case the name didn't tell that to you. I'm here to share my gratitude for my grandfather. But first, congratulations to all the outgoing council members, Mayor Pro Tem, Madam City Clerk. You guys all did a phenomenal job. From the beautiful streets to the $35 million surplus and happier citizens in Oxnard, I commend all of you on the phenomenal job you all do day in and day out. Grandpa, watching you serve the city tirelessly has been a true privilege. To see the work ethic of a man that values well-beings of individuals across the city is a true gift in itself. You've taught me to hold my family close and work hard to serve my community in every single thing that I do. You've taught me that with enough hard work, I can achieve the impossible, happiness. You taught me that if I work hard enough to serve others, that my job is no longer considered work, but instead it would be considered a gift. You taught me that if I can overlap my job with my passion, that I would never work a day in my life. And oh my, is that true, because you are so excited to go to work every single day. Overall, thank you for teaching me not only what it takes to be a great family man, but an amazing human. I can't look at you because I'll cry, but Grandpa, some of the comments...
Doing good, Jacob.
Some of the comments that you made today were questionable, but funny.
Oh, cool. Really?
I couldn't be more proud of you, though. Your 2,000 years of phenomenal public service, your love for your city, and most of all, your love for your family, it's untouched. While politics may not be in my foreseeable future, my passion to help people is, and I will be working the rest of my life to try to fill those shoes of yours. Thank you so much, Grandpa, and I love you.
Thank you.
Greg Runyon.
I feel like I should call you Grandpa, but I got the same color hair, so we're
almost there.
We're going to be careful. I actually put on there all. I wanted to thank all of you because I think that all of you have done a marvelous job. But the thing is that we would really be remiss if we didn't thank all of you who have sacrificed so much for our community, and to have your family come up.
Mm-hmm.
Your greatest gift is them. Like, if anybody wants to know who you are and what you value, we're seeing that. And understanding that you gave up so much. And I hate to tell you this, I just got chills because my father was in politics when I was younger. And I pitched a no-hitter and he wasn't there. I made a couple shots to win a basketball game. He wasn't there because he was doing his work, serving other people. And he kind of forgot to be there for us. He's made up for that in spades, but to see you do both, to be in real estate and taxes you might have had, that's pretty good, right? But to also invest so much to teach everyone that it's about your love of community. But we can't just say it, we have to do it. So the truth is, the book I read all the time says this: there's no greater love than this, than a man lay down his life for his friends. You have laid down so much for all of us who call you a friend. But I really do plead with you now. Your greatest service to our public is here. It's in your family and the young people. Okay, so thank you so much. Brian, thank you. AJ, thank you. Oscar, thank you. And thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Pat Brown. Pat Brown.
My husband and I moved out here in the fall of 1993. And it was because his mother decided that she wanted us to have a mobile home because she was living in one in the San Fernando Valley. We were in Woodland Hills in a condo, and she convinced us that we should be in a mobile home. And so we started looking around, and somehow or other, it was some little flyer of some sort that was being passed around that was free. And they were announcing that there was this mobile home that was available, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. And I said, we don't need that much. We don't have any kids. It's just the two of us. My husband said, never mind. My mother wants to buy it for us, so you just take it. So we came out here on a trip from the San Fernando Valley, from Woodland Hills, to see what this was all about. We ended up purchasing it, and my husband has passed away, and his mother passed away first, And here I am out here all by myself. So with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and a laundry room in it as well. So anyway, here I was out here for a short period of time, and I decided that I needed to get involved with the neighborhood since I didn't know nobody. And so I found out that there were city council meetings, so I started coming to those. And then I was having all kinds of questions about the neighborhood growth and whatnot. And so I went to see John Zaragoza because I knew that he was in real estate. And I knew he also was involved with the city. And so I thought, well, I'll just invite myself to come and meet with him. And so when I did call and make the appointment, one of his secretaries or something, she told me that I should meet him at the real estate office that he had. So I did that. And I was amazed, totally amazed. He had all the answers to all the questions that I had as to how we would go about making that an actual neighborhood when it wasn't until then. And I was just dazzled. Every time I had a question that I thought, I can't figure this out. This is just totally, he knew everything, everything.
Thank you, Pat.
All I had to do was to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you.
Okay, go.
Go ahead and have him step up and he can fill the card
And they
out
can
when he
fill
gets
it later.
done.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you. Thank you for your service. This video should be recorded, and I'm sure Manny will share it on Citizens, but I think it's an inspirational story. It is a story of someone grown in Oxnard that grew with Oxnard and grew with the needs of the community and never looked away from advocating for the community. There's so many paths along the way that you could have moved elsewhere or gone to do something else, but you stayed invested here. Earlier I was joking with you. So what commission are you on next? Which one of you are appointing Mayor Zaragoza to a commission? But one of my favorite stories, while I could share about your work in civil rights and advocating for LGBTQ people before it was popular, and advocating for our undocumented community before it was something that many people did. In the winter of 2021, there was a menorah lighting at Oxnard Police Department, and you were speaking. It was one of the first times, COVID had lessened a little bit, so you were out speaking, and you made a comment about how you came to the decision of running for mayor, and you talked about speaking to your wife and saying, "Oh, it's only 2 years, Mary Ellen. It's only 2 years. What's 2 years? It's when you've already done 200." And then you said, "Well, I'm already halfway through. It's only a 2-year term. I'm already halfway through." And the whisper went around the audience, realizing that it's now a 4-year term for mayor, but you took it in stride because you announced a year early. You announced running for a 2-year term. It became a 4-year term, and you stuck with it and stayed committed all the way through your last meeting. And so I just want to thank you to continue that spirit from early 1960s all the way to now. So thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, for your service to this community and generations of leaders that you inspired to run for office and to serve this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any online speakers?
We do not have any additional speakers.
Thank you.
Okay, then I will, go ahead. Well,
One
we
more.
have 2
Johnny.
more now.
John, you can fill out the card later. Yeah.
And then once you're done, I'll ask you to fill out a speaker card for me.
Okay, I'll make
Thank
this
you.
quick. So I wasn't supposed to come tonight.
Pull the mic down just a little bit. There you go.
Hi, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak. I wasn't going to come tonight. I'm a little under the weather, but my grandpa would show up for me, so I'd like to return the favor. I want to say congratulations, Grandpa Mayor, on your 4th retirement, as we talked about last week. I want to make this short because his distinguished accolades speak for himself. and if they don't, he'll remind you. I want to thank him for not only being such a present force in my life and my successes, but as my representative in this community. You have made me proud to say I'm from Oxnard and to appreciate the beauty that comes with it, from the agriculture we produce to a refreshing sea breeze we feel in the morning. I want to thank him for including my family and I in his work as well. He was open to dialogue and listened to my own concerns as a constituent, especially when it came to preserving women's rights. Over his years as supervisor, he never missed a Tuesday night meeting, and I know that for sure because he made me watch them with him. It has been such a joy to see him come full circle, and I, for one, am so proud to be his granddaughter. Congratulations to Grandpa and to all. I wish you the best on your next journey, and when one door closes, another door opens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think John.
Do me a favor, ma'am. Can you fill out a speaker card for the clerk? Thank you. Sir, did you want to talk?
Johnny.
Isaac?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Mayor Zaragoza, I don't know if you recall, but the first time we met, I was a sophomore at Rio Mesa High School. And I had emailed you about how I hope to run for mayor one day. And you said, it was during COVID, so everything was over Zoom. You said, I'm gonna set up a meeting with you, and we met, and long story short, you wished me luck and all of that. And he pulled your assistant out, and you were like, isn't Mr. Morales a very handsome young man? And I was like, I appreciate that. And you were like, of course you are. It's the Mexican and the Spaniard in you. And long story short, I just want to say you've inspired many people of all ages, and just from the people my age, and being a very young dad, I just want to say you've inspired many people, Mr. Zaragoza, and you've lived a life of service, and I just basically want to thank you for your service, everything you've done, and you've inspired a lot of people. Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, and I wish you the best in your retirement. And you have a very beautiful family.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Johnny, did you want to talk?
I did fill out a card for the record. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is John Zaragoza. I'm the mayor's son, and father, mayor, and council members, city staff, city manager, city attorney, Supervisor Lopez. Thank you guys for your excellent dedication. You guys are awesome. And to the beautiful people of Oxnard, I mean, this is why we're here. Oxnard is the best city in the world. I've been all over. I've been in Europe. I've been through the United States. I'm a United States Army veteran, and I've lived in the north, in Jersey. I lived in Georgia. The mosquitoes ate me for dinner or lunch, and you know. But literally, you know, I'd love to see that one video where Oxnard was the number 3 in the nation. To me, it's number 1 in the nation. That's because of everybody. That's because of the people here, because of you guys. But you know, I just wanted to share that with you guys. I do want to share a little personal story. My dad, he's a mentor. He's a leader. But he didn't start 200 years. It was about 250 years ago when he was a natural born leader. He literally, my grandfather was a World War II veteran. He came out with some issues, some PTSD. My dad had to take the family by the helm and really work hard. And he literally was like a foreman at 11 years old. So he's been a natural born leader all those years. So with that, you know, he's been my mentor. And I actually had my first job when I was 5 years old. I would sell Kool-Aid and all that. Had a lot more route.
And tore the bike apart.
Oh yeah, I was just that was natural work was instilled in me as well. And with that, you know, I was, you know, I did, you know, actually when he would go to school and all that, you know, he was able to afford for us to go to private school, and that's unheard of because he was a bus driver working day and night, and you know, we were able to, you know, get by pretty good for considering what we had. We didn't have much, but we thought we did. But the love was what mattered. But I gotta tell you this. I was getting in trouble around 16. I was getting by. I was 16 years old, and I'm gonna tell you the type of man my dad was. He goes, son, he goes, you're gonna get your act together. You're either gonna go to service or you're gonna college. He goes, the way you're going right now with seasonal, you're not gonna get by in college. You're gonna have a hard time here at the house. So with that, you know, I joined the Army in the delayed entry program at 16 years old, and that changed my life. And with that leadership and, you know, learning, you know, have good integrity and that work ethic, you know, I'm able to raise a beautiful family, my beautiful wife of 35 years. And Dad, I'll catch up to you, you're about 60 years or 160 years. But I was able to raise 3 beautiful children there. And we were able to, you know, work hard and live a decent life here in Oxnard. And I want to thank, again, you know, I want to thank you for your leadership.
Thank
for
you,
we're best friends, you know, and we'll see what, you know, the future holds for us all. But again, I want to thank all of you guys. Everybody plays a part taking the city up to the next level and all that. And you guys you've done an excellent job, every one of you. So thanks again, and Dad, thank you for being the man who you are and to being the mentor. You guys have a good night.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hey, Madam Clerk, anyone else?
We do not have any additional speakers.
Mr. Nguyen, did you have anything to say?
Sure, I can start. I just want to share 2 things. Mayor, before we met, my first encounter with you was actually in Councilmember Madrigal's district. That was the spring that we were discussing budget cuts. And you showed up. You were not on the city council, but you showed up as a county supervisor. And you basically said to the public, I didn't know what I was doing. And I realized he's not even on the city council, and I wasn't his first choice either. So, but over time, we've met, and I think we've had a incredibly productive working relationship. Everyone's heard so much, and you'll hear more from the council members. So I'm not going to share any city hall war stories or anything like that. The only other thing I will say, which it's now very obvious, but in all the conversations I've had with you throughout the last 4 years, your eyes light up the most when you talk about your grandkids. So I just want to say that in front of your actual grandchildren. Thank you.
Okay, then.
Excuse me, Mayor, we do have one virtual caller.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Olga, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. Mayor Zaragoza and everyone, thank you all for your service. Mayor Zaragoza, I just have to tell you, thank you so much for all you've done for this community. You've always showed up. You've always showed up. And I don't know if you remember, but I was one of your passengers on the bus.
That was 200, no, 150.
I know, right? I know, I'm telling on myself. I'm telling on myself.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm Renee Camper Stewart. That's how you know me, but I'm Vincent Stewart's wife. And
Oh,
we are
yes,
both we just could not let this evening go by without extending our gratitude for all you've done. We're just very grateful for you. You're genuine. If anything, no one can say you are not authentic. And we thank you for your leadership. We thank you for being present and just for being who you are. And in a dark time in my life, you were there, you and your wife, and I'm grateful. So I just wanted to extend our gratitude to you and to everyone. Brian, you as well. You hold a special place with Vincent and myself too. So just wanted to say thank you. I couldn't let the evening go by without doing that.
Thank you so much, and I
Thank you.
really appreciate all the testimony that we had today, and again,
We still have all the council members to talk, so.
I'm sorry, but okay, go ahead. We'll start off with Tehran.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to extend my thanks to you for all of your service. I was just speaking with someone yesterday, and we were talking about the question that is a very common one of what's your favorite thing about Oxnard? And my usual answer to that is I love how it's a city that's well over 200,000 people, but everybody went to high school with each other or works with so-and-so, or in my case, sometimes I work with one of my cousin's ex-wives. I mean, it's just all interconnected. But as a demonstration of that, the connection that you have with my grandparents and that generation growing up in Colonia, working in the fields, working in the packing house, they certainly have a lot of admiration for you and what you've represented of their generation and their experience growing up in Oxnard as young people of color experiencing pre-Civil Rights Act America in Oxnard. And I just want to extend my my appreciation to not only the work that you've done, but what you've represented for those who came up with you as well, and elevating yourself, elevating your family, but elevating all those within your cohort who grew up with you and those who came before you. So I don't know how many folks know this, but Mayor Zaragoza and I actually go back professionally prior to his time as mayor, during his time as supervisor. And in the job I had at that time, one of the new endeavors for me was to engage young people in civic engagement and community change and community assessments. And as Supervisor Zaragoza, I was working with some young people from the area of El Rio. They specifically lived in the Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation property at Paseo Santa Clara over by River Park. And this is just as River Park was being built, not all of it was developed yet. And working with these young people, many of them, in my time in education, just thinking back, many of them, were below reading level, hadn't had many opportunities for success or leadership. But our charge was to get them involved in something that was important to them in their community. And the community project they worked on, because they were in the unincorporated areas where they were working, and some of it overlapped with Oxnard, they had to speak to their county supervisor about this project. And that was the 5th district, and it was then Supervisor Zaragoza. And in helping prep them to meet with him, I knew what I had to do and work with these young people to feel very competent and confident in talking to an elected official. And I will say that for these young people, this was a really important growth opportunity for them. Again, for young people who have never had this type of opportunity or interaction. And the meeting finally came where they met with Supervisor Zaragoza, and they had all of their talking points, and they were prepped and knew what they were going to say and what they were going to do. And they sat down with him. We sat at the table, and they started, and they were talking with him, and he just made them so comfortable, and it was a conversation. It was very much dialogue-driven, and I could see at that point, that was my first professional interaction with him, that he truly cared about giving these young people space to feel heard and to feel listened and to know that their words had value. And they went on to do a formal presentation to the Board of Supervisors with him as a champion.
And they did a really good job, too.
They did an amazing job. And I still look back on that, too. That video, I use it as a clip sometimes in training people on how to do this type of work. And again, when I started working with those young people, they had major growth, and you're quite a key component in that. I think if we had gotten someone who wasn't elected, who wasn't as engaged or was standoffish, it wouldn't have been the same type of experience. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I will say that in 2020, when you said you were running for mayor, I was certainly surprised. As I've said, I thought you were going to retire and enjoy that retirement, but I wanted more. And I'm happy to see your family here because in 2020, I was part of the INCO running the then online candidates forums because COVID was going on. And I had to do with every single candidate a test session to test their microphone, test their video. And, I did that with everyone. And it was definitely a family affair because his grandkids were there helping him with Zoom and helping him with the camera and the mic. And I knew that and this is probably not known to everybody, but if you go back and you watch those videos, his video and his mic was super polished, like he was on it, and even at pushing 80 years old or 200, whatever it was then, that it looked great, but his family had his back on that, and I knew that was happening, and so I admire that. And the last thing I'll say regarding your family, I feel like because of that involvement, because of that connection you have with them, that I've gotten to know them over the course of the last 3 years that I've been on this council, and you have a beautiful family, and looking at your young pictures there, I see where that comes from. So I just want to thank you for your service and thank your family for lending us him as a community for all these years, because you can see the impact he's had, and that impact will be long lasting, as will your legacy. So professionally and personally, thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. It's been truly a privilege and an honor to be able to serve with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mazagan.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the privilege of actually meeting you way back in, I would say, early 2017, after I had recently been elected to this board. I remember meeting you at Rio Mesa High School. I remember your kindness, and if you told me after you met me, if you ever need anything or need help with anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. And that has always been what I remember when I think about you, because you were so kind and courteous from the beginning. You were willing to lend a helping hand, and overall, every time I saw you, always there, not only a hello, but some words of advice. And, when you joined this council, even before you joined the council, I remember all your hard work before you decided you were going to run for mayor in saving the Colonial Library. I remember you were so instrumental in that. And, your kindness, like I previously said.
We're getting ready to lose it.
A few hours ago, you taking the pan dulce over to my house, that, meant the world. I couldn't eat it at the time, but,
Was that a good pan dulce?
Or the quarter of the piece I ate, yes, it was. But I know that your heart is always in the right place, and I know that family does mean everything to you. And you have a very difficult way of balancing it, but I truly do feel that you have two loves in your life. One is public service and the other is family, and you were able to balance both of those for such a long time. And that, I think, will always be unmatched by whoever, comes up here and serves another 200 years, but they won't match the 200 years that you put into this job. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, don't hate me for this, but I'm going to tell everybody your secret.
Uh-oh.
And the secret is I'm his favorite council member.
She helps me a lot, too.
So he greets me every time I see him, and he tells me, he grabs me by the hand, my shoulder here, and tells me, "How's my favorite council member?" And I said, "How's my favorite mayor?" So I'm gonna miss that the most. And I want to say it's been a privilege to sit here next to you and help with whatever I can. I have learned a lot from you also. I recall the first time, actually, I had never met you until I got elected. And it was in 2018 when I first ran that I got a message from you. You called me and you left a message and you said, "Congratulations. This is Supervisor Zaragoza." And I was like, oh my God, the supervisor has called me. And that was like, to me, it's like you're a superstar. So it's like, wow, I felt so privileged. And I first met you in your office in Ventura. And you were just the sweetest, kindest person. And I thought to myself, okay, is he just like that for me? And I come to realize that you treat everybody with so much respect. And you are the kindest person ever. People ask me, what is it? How is it sitting next to the mayor? And I'm like, he's just a wonderful person. There's nothing, absolutely nothing bad about him. He is just the kindest individual. Even when he tells you no, he says it in such a way that it doesn't even make you feel bad. And I see it, I mean, it's just so real. It's like, oh, okay. But thank you for your many years of service to the city of Oxnard. We are going to truly miss you and your leadership. And I don't know, maybe your wife, after a week or so, will tell you, go back.
Go throw me out of that.
You know, we don't know. Maybe your family will say, okay, Dad, okay, Grandpa, we've had enough of you. But you are very, very lucky, Mayor, to have, you know, such a wonderful family, and also know that this community really, really loves you.
Thank you so much for that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I think they've heard me enough. I will just say thank you for being a friend, a mentor, and a colleague, and allowing me to work with you.
And you have a glass of wine. Councilor Perello.
It's tremendous, the things we're hearing tonight about not just the mayor, but everybody. And it makes a person zip through their memory banks and figure out you should have written something better than the notes you're making. In 1998, and I don't recall the date, was the first time that I ever came to the city council and spoke. And it was due to a neighborhood that had a pretty serious sickness going through it. And I would say that probably my first recollections of everybody that sat up here was not friendly. There were people that were sick. And as time went on, there was a tremendous amount of animosity built up, not just on my part, the people that were sick. And it didn't make, and it's bottom line, it's water under the bridge. Things happened. And as I came to be on the council, and prior to that, I had a tremendous loss in my life. And Councilmember Zaragoza blew me away. He reached out and offered to give me some money. And I didn't need it, but I thought right off the bat, that says a lot about this person as a man. A tremendous amount. I never forgot that, John. I never forgot it.
Thank you.
He asked me to come to his real estate office, and he talked to me. So I get to be a council member, and I'm here, and I, worked on things where you'd go to the Board of Supervisors, and then John's going to be the mayor. And I campaigned for someone else, and there was an election, and the voters spoke. And I get to work with John Zaragoza. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if I make a mistake, I admit it. I don't like it. I don't like admitting I make a mistake. But I can tell you, crow tastes pretty bad. Having to eat crow tastes pretty bad. I come to realize some big basic truths. This man was sent to a neighborhood to give them a line that was not factual. And he didn't do it on his own. He was put up to it. I'll never forget the day on Grapevine Drive when a crowd of about 80 people were literally going to go after him physically with Public Works Director Bo Bowman. And John took the heat and was able to turn that crowd around so fast. It was amazing. And his words to this day, we need to not quote some things you remember because things happen so fast and they're so important. We need to not look backward. We need to look forward to see what we can accomplish together. And from that day on, things got a little better and things came to a resolution and time went on. But when I got to work with John, I found out one thing about John. He doesn't want to make enemies, but he does everything he can to try to make things better. I have not found 1 ounce of this guy doing something as a councilman or mayor to benefit himself personally. That's important to me. It's important when I find out the things that he does for the community. It's important when you find out, sure, I can understand you have family members and you miss certain things, but nobody had a gun to anybody's head to take this position. any of us. You did it with free will. You put your hand up, you run, there's a race, maybe you win, and you put your hand up again when you swear into office to do the best. I believe John has done the best that he could do for Oxnard. We're lucky to have had him for a mayor. Very lucky. I'm lucky to have gotten to know him, and I'm even more lucky to find out that my first views were incorrect. That the fights were real, but my views and my held passions, I was wrong. And I believe I've told you that many times. I've been very, very lucky to work on this council, to be accepted by this council, and to realize the water is under the bridge, but you keep doing the best you can for everybody that lives in the city. You don't live in an isolated bubble, in an isolated neighborhood, an isolated northeast west quadrant of the city. You represent the entire city, and the city is supposed to move forward, not just for your benefit, but for the entire city. I grew up in a family similar to what John is talking about. In my life, I'm 74, I've never met a parent that didn't want better for their kids. Hearing the comments about John and education, that speaks volumes. It speaks to what our city manager is trying to do. It speaks to what the council is supporting. It also speaks to what I didn't pay attention to. But life goes on. John, I'm very glad to have gotten to know you as well as I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Valenzuela.
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza, I really appreciate all the mentorship you have provided over the past 20 months. And I think, the first time I met you was back in the early 2000s. It was at my great-grandmother Inez Valdez's birthday party. I think you attended there. And my dad or aunt introduced me to you, but I vaguely remember that so long ago. But, I really appreciate all the historical knowledge you have provided me and my peers on the work that's taken place here in Oxnard and the region. Always happy to see you in the office almost every time when I stepped into the fourth floor, and for also providing all the pan dulce. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also want to thank everybody that spoke tonight. It's been a long night, and I really appreciate your kindness and your kind words, and again, I want to thank my wife, Mary Ellen, for all her work and all her support. Thank you so much, Mary Ellen.
Mayor,
okay. So we
still have a resolution on the floor, so I'd like to call for a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Basua, Councilwoman Basua, second by Councilmember Valenzuela. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perrella.
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza.
So I get to vote for my own resolution? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Mayor. It's your show again.
Thank you so much. I know, I know that Johnny and the rest of the people need to go to work, but I have one more item that I think is really important that I'd like to start out. But before I do that, we have maybe another 5 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any, our next item is items, comments not on the agenda, which is item F. Do we have any speakers on items not on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
We have 3.
3. After 3, then we'll take this other issue that, go ahead. Who are they?
Manuel, I'm sorry, my apologies. Vanessa Valdez.
Thank you.
Good evening, honorable council members and fellow community members. I wasn't expecting to be called for this item first, but I'll try to improvise. So today I'm here on behalf of the Latinx Bar Association. I'm the current president, and on behalf of our Group Association, I would like to present and submit our preliminary report on the proposed drone program by the Oxnard Police Department. I provided a few
Miss, that's a separate item on the agenda.
Item
This is for items not on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That item is agenda,
Yeah,
on
my
the agenda.
apologies, yeah. Items not on the agenda.
Oh, then I'm.
So we'll give you an opportunity
Yeah, no worries. I'm
when,
prepared for that.
when the item comes up.
Okay, so just comments not on the agenda?
I will call you when that item is on the agenda.
Right
but
now,
this is for
items not on the agenda.
Correct. Okay, I have a comment for that. too.
Okay,
Okay, then go
for
ahead.
items not in the agenda, go ahead.
Correct, yes. So for this comment, I would like to provide my statement as a private citizen. And so, as an Oxnard native, as a mom of 5, a lawyer, and a private business owner, I stand here tonight to speak about an issue that runs deep in the history of this country that we must never forget, an issue we must confront with honesty and humility, the forced removal of dispossession of indigenous peoples from their ancestral lands. In the 19th century, policies aimed at removing Native American tribes from their homes intensified, culminating in events such as the Trail of Tears. Tens of thousands of indigenous people were forcibly uprooted from the southeastern United States and marched to what is now Oklahoma. Families were torn apart and thousands died along the way. This forced migration is one of many chapters in a long history of policies that sought to erase indigenous identities and cultures. The expansion of the United States across this continent, driven by greed, power, and strategic placement, encroached upon Native American lands at a pace even faster than many policymakers at the time had imagined. Indigenous peoples have long understood the devastating effects of these policies. I'm going to try to hurry because I'm running out of time. They witnessed their lands taken, their communities shattered, and their ways of life disrupted, all under the guise of progress and colonization. So, although we cannot change the past, we can shape the future. Acknowledging this history today and every day is a necessary step towards healing and justice. It is a step toward honoring resilience and contributions of the indigenous peoples who have survived centuries of oppression and continue to fight for their sovereignty and their rights. So today, as you consider creating and reviewing policies that best serve the constituents who voted you into office, ask yourself, do these policies set motion cycles of poverty,
Thank you,
loss
sir.
of cultural connections?
Mr.
Thank
Mayor?
you.
Thank you.
When the confusion occurred, she lost a minute. She started at 2 minutes. I'd like to.
Okay, you got
see her
30,
have
you
one
got
more
30,
minute.
you got 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So, as we reflect on these truths, let us also extend our compassion to those enduring unimaginable suffering today. In particular, we must remember those in war zones who currently are caught in the crossfire of conflict, their lives upended by violence and despair. Tonight, I want to especially call attention to the people of Gaza who are facing unimaginable hardship. Let us stand in solidarity with them and with all innocent lives affected by war. Let us commit ourselves to being voices of peace, justice, human dignity wherever suffering persists. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Ray Platel.
Thank you. For those of you that are leaving, congratulations, and also thank you for your service. On item J5 on the 19 November City Council agenda, the Intelligent Traffic System Master Plan was referenced. How many of you council members actually reviewed this master plan prior to authorizing the expenditure of over $3.5 million for system upgrades to include SWARC McCain equipment? How many city staff are familiar with this document? How many have ever read this master plan? It was generated over 16 years ago, presumably without an update. And after 16 years, just how relevant is this plan? The 16-year-old plan recommended updating to the QuickNet 6 system hardware and software. So what's with this Swarco McQueen equipment? You certainly aren't adhering to the master plan. As stated in the master plan, part of the near-term projects included the transfer of existing traffic signals from Caltrans operation maintenance to the city of Oxnard. Was this accomplished? The signal timing between the Vineyard, River Park, Ventura Boulevards intersection and the freeway bridge overpass is atrocious. Traffic backup is horrible. There is little to no coordination between these two traffic signals. Also included was the deployment of transit signal priority for bus rapid transit along route corridors. Has this been accomplished? I don't see it. And how about transit signal priorities for emergency vehicles? As referenced in this 2008 master plan, where is the system engineering master plan, the concept of operations, the system requirements and verification plan, and the strategic deployment plan? These are supposed to be in the appendices of this document. They're not there. Did they just drop off the map? Traffic engineering, and I currently have a meeting planned for next week to discuss the ITS, and I certainly appreciate this, I really do. However, until that time, the ITS master plan's objective to deploy strategies to improve mobility is not working that well. Traffic management is not responsive to real-time traffic conditions, and the traffic management system is inefficient and certainly not intelligent. Note that I'm saying system. I am not implying the traffic engineering staff lack intelligence. They certainly do, but we need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the other speaker.
We have two virtual speakers.
Go ahead.
Speaker with number ending in 1993.
Yes, good evening. This is Dr. Sandra Aldana. I am the former state representative for Ventura County and 6 other counties at the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Since 2015, I've had the honor of working with
Madam Clerk,
Mayor Zaragoza and
Excuse me,
others on the
ma'am.
City Council.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You had signed up for consent items. Are you calling for items not on the agenda or consent items?
No, I actually had spoken to you earlier, and I asked about a comment on the ceremonial items, and I wasn't sure if the consent items is what is correct.
Okay, so right now, the public comments are for items not on the agenda. Is that what you're calling in about?
No, I'm calling about the ceremonial items that we just completed.
But that we're beyond that now, unfortunately, yes.
Okay, we've already heard public comments on ceremonial items. My apologies.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank
Good
you
night.
very much. I'll call the mayor later.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. We have one more speaker, madam.
They hung up, so no additional speakers at this time.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. So our next item is item G. And where's our city manager? He went home, I don't believe. Well, we want to get this one done because I think a lot of people want to go home. They want to hear this item.
Here he comes now.
Okay, Alex. He's having dinner.
Did you want to sit back while we do this?
Hmm? Yeah. But let me say that first. I'm going to take 2-minute break. I know a lot of people want to go home, but it's really important that we hear this not last item, and then we're going to go into the regular agenda. Give me 2 minutes.
He's back.
Okay. Hey. So anyway, I know that Councilor Perallo wanted a 2-minute break, but, should we continue or wait for?
I'd say let's go ahead and start with the city manager's report.
What do we go ahead and do this then? I am going to have recused myself from this item, item G, a report from the city manager, and I had to recuse myself due to a potential conflict. And I'm going to the back room and have the Mayor Pro Tem run this one particular issue.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. At this point, this almost feels like an encore presentation. Given everything that's been stated tonight, I hope I don't need to make a long presentation. So the title is the proposal for the council to adopt a resolution to name the Oxnard Transit Center here in downtown to this new name we're proposing, which would be the John C. Zaragoza Transit Center, Oxnard. So I think as of this morning, I noticed approximately 30 people had watched the Measure M video. More than half of those folks are the staff, and then the other half is the mayor. No, I'm kidding. So we've heard so much tonight that I think it doesn't make sense for me to go through the history again that I briefly summarized in this report. There is really nobody more deserving of this honor in this community or any other community. When you put together his 3 decades as being a public servant, as a city employee, and then 3 more decades being a public servant as an elected official for this community. So I think it's very straightforward, and if there are any questions, I can't imagine there would be at this point, given everything we've heard tonight. So I'll just turn that over back to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and I will say that there was a pre-recorded message on the city's YouTube channel regarding the recommendation that the City Council adopt a resolution naming the Oxnard Transit Center the John C. Zaragoza Transit Center, Oxnard. And I'll open it up for council member comments. Councilmember Turan.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. City Manager, you referenced it already, but just because Measure M prohibits the reenactment of the information for tonight, I thank you for summarizing it. I'm hoping that maybe we can just take a few moments here to share with the public how this came about and what is the connection between the proposed naming of the Oxnard Transit Center to the John C. Zaragoza Transit Center, Oxnard.
So in brief, as we saw tonight in reviewing his illustrious bio, he started as a bus driver here in Oxnard. And then during his years as an elected official, he was a staunch advocate for improving and expanding public transit here in Oxnard, but also throughout the county. We wouldn't have the public bus service that we have today without his efforts. So that's what made sense. I'd recommended some other possibilities, but this is the one that truly fits his spirit of public service.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that, and appreciate the ability to add some transparency to this item so folks understand what it is, since we can't see a presentation live. If they didn't have the chance to see it ahead of time, or maybe they don't have access to YouTube or smartphone, we have at least some information for them on the public record and here for them tonight. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Councilman Perello.
I thought the video presentation was extremely good, and it is sad that we can't do that in public, but the voters had spoken in the past, and elections have consequences.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this item?
Yes. Our first speaker, Manuel Herrera.
Hello again. Just want to say that I'll make it short and sweet here. So no one deserves this better than John Zaragoza. We all know that. You've all been witness to his history here. So I think that's a great tribute to the man who's dedicated so many of his years to the citizens of Oxnard. Although I would like to propose a change. Instead of John C. Zaragoza, why don't you just call it the Johnny Z Transit Center? Thank you.
And that's why you're not the mayor.
Greg Runyon.
So it's interesting too, right? You know, he's back there listening to everything we say. So the thing that to me makes so much sense about this is he has been the hub of so much that has happened in this city. And so when you listen to a young man at 20 who goes out and applies for a job, first off, because his wife told him to, so that means he's a very smart man. He did what his wife said. You start to see a man who's invested in a community, but it's all about a hub. If you really think about it, what a transportation center is, it's a hub. His hub was his home. And all these other connections that have happened in his life. So not just being a no-brainer, it also is going to give people in this city an opportunity to remember what it is that makes this city great. And with all respect to our mayor and all of you council members, what makes this city great is the people who vote for you and the people who allow you to serve. And so the people that are always forgotten are the people who ride the buses, are the people who have to sleep at a transit center. And believe it or not, the people that he served are not just the ones who donated to his campaign. He served the ones who donated the equity of living up to the ideals that you all have put forward. So I hope that for all of us, when we see that and we see that name, it inspires in us the ability to remember the values that really matter. And I could not agree with you, Mr. City Manager, that this is absolutely the most appropriate thing to honor him, his family, and our city. And I would hope this is one of those votes that doesn't take you guys a long time. All right.
Vanessa Valdez. Vanessa Valdez. Olga Renee, please unmute.
Hi.
Hi, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, it won't take me that long, but I just wanted to say that as a person who rode on the bus that Mayor Zaragoza drove, I cannot think of a better way of the community to honor him because he was a no-nonsense bus driver. He was compassionate. He was firm. He didn't allow foolishness. I still remember putting my 35 cents in to get to ride that bus. I can still see him in the seat opening the door. I think this would be a wonderful way to honor him. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
We do not have any additional speakers.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. If there's no other discussion, step on up and come on, Bill.
Evening, my name is Bill Gallagher. For those of you that don't know me, I first met John Zaragoza in 1993. He was running for city council. I was president of the Firefighters Union, and we were looking for a candidate that would support public safety, and he was our man. Over the next 30 plus years, I've become very good friends with the mayor. I've been to Zaragoza family funerals, birthday parties, and weddings. What I've learned from all those years of friendship, one thing about this guy is he loves the city of Oxnard. And he's told me many times This is his America. Anywhere else is a foreign country to him. He's told me many times that coming back from visiting relatives in Los Angeles or attending a baseball game, when he'd be coming down the Canal grade, he'd point to the lights of Oxnard and tell his family, hey, we're back in America, everything's okay. So from Johnny the bus driver to council member, then mayor, and 3 terms as county supervisor representing the city of Oxnard, to me, it's entirely appropriate that that a hometown boy from the other side of the tracks who has accomplished so much deserves to have a building named after him on this side of the tracks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Anyone else?
Vanessa Valdez.
Thank you once again. I'll keep mine real short. So I just wanted to make sure that sorry, I'm so tired. I've been sleep deprived. So I just wanted to thank the mayor for all his dedication, the time and commitment that he gave to our community. And I am grateful for the recognition and the suggestion of renaming the Oxnard Transit Center. But as an Oxnard native, I feel a strong connection to that name. And so my statement is in opposition of changing the name to Oxnard Transit Center, to John C. Zaragoza. And it's just because of the fact, like I said, growing up, you get used to seeing certain buildings and associating them with names. And so for me, it has a deep connection. Again, I'm grateful for his work, but I would have just liked to see more input from our community, maybe a little more outreach, especially in other languages. I, once again, just want to thank the mayor and wish him good luck in his next journey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pat Brown.
Pat, it's your turn.
I have taken a bunch of trips by using the train from Oxnard. And in the past couple of years, I've noticed artwork way up inside, all around. Beautiful paintings, absolutely gorgeous. And the place, the whole interior with the rows and rows and rows of seating and so forth, there's very few people around there at all. And I've waited for trains to come to take me in the direction where I want to go. So I've done this a number of times. I would say within the last 2 years, I've done it several times, trips out and trips back. The same situation applies. And I don't see any reason why that name should be a problem with the city, with the state, with the county, with anybody. I can't see anything that would conflict. There's no names of any towns that are anywhere near that name, so it can't get confused with another location. So of a train station. I see no reason why this shouldn't happen. It's busy, but it's not overly busy. Even in holiday periods, it's not. It's very well organized, very, very well done. And I would recommend it to anybody. If they want to take a trip, go from the train station. You go up there and you tell them when you want to go and how you want to get there. And they just run it up for you. They just organize it all for you and give you a whole sheet of paper with all of this information and where you're going to stop and where you're going to go and all the ifs, ands, and buts. So I can't understand why this could be a problem. There's not that many John Zaragozas around, I mean, really.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, before we continue, we're going to step aside from this issue. And because we're getting close to 10 o'clock, we need a motion and a second and a vote to continue the meeting past 10. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to continue the meeting past 10 o'clock.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Teran, a second by Councilmember Perello. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, it's 6 of us in favor. And that will continue the meeting on from that. And now we'll step back to this item. Any other comments from council? If not, a motion would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Madrigal, a second by Councilmember Valenzuela. Madam
Mayor Pro
Clerk.
Tem,
I'm sorry?
prior to the vote, if I could make one quick comment.
Sure.
I had my question earlier, and just a comment now that we have a motion and a second as part of discussion. I just want to share, similar to what Ms. Brown had mentioned, in my full-time day job, I found myself traveling a lot more. And just as she alluded to, what an amazing resource we have in public transit in being able to take a train to nearby connections. I regularly will do the Oxnard Transit Center to Burbank Airport, and it drops you off right in front. You walk maybe 7 to 10 minutes to the terminal, and a train ticket round trip costs less than the day's amount of parking that would have cost me to park there at the airport, let alone sit in traffic, drive there, drive back. And that being said, I've spent quite a bit of time now, more than I had in my previous adult life, at the transit center. And I have to echo the compliments to the work that's been happening as part of our public works and part of the Visit Oxnard folks in improving the aesthetics and the welcoming feel of our transit center. But along those lines, going to different places, not just Burbank, but traveling to other cities via train. When I get to their transit centers, I'm the geek that will see that it's named after a person, and I'll jump on my phone and say, well, who is this person? Why is it named after that person? What did they contribute to this community, or why would they find themselves as having the honor of having their name attached to a physical building that travelers will go in and out of? And so that's just a learning thing that I like to do, and just teach myself that about places I visit. And it's my hope that if this were approved by council tonight, there may be many, many years of travelers traveling in and out of Oxnard who will know John Zaragoza, but many years from now who will not. And maybe they are geeks like me, and they will come to our transit center and say, who's John Zaragoza and what did he do? And they'll look it up, and they will see the many contributions and why he had earned the namesake of the transit center. And so those are just my comments for that. We'll see how the vote goes, but I appreciate this item being brought forward and the ability for us council to consider establishing that place to remember his legacy of what he's done for this city for the last 200 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perello.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the members of the public that made the comments, positive and negative. And really, the negative comment was not negative. I do appreciate that comment. But thank you very much for adding to this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no other comments, I'll ask for a roll call. Councilmember
Yes,
Madrigal, do you want to comment? No. Roll call, please.
I have a motion by Councilmember Madrigal. I have a second by Councilmember Valenzuela. Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza. My apologies. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you all. And we're going to take about a 5-minute recess so the mayor can come back out and speak with people who wish to congratulate him on the naming, and then we'll carry on from there.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in session. Thank you so much for being here. And Bill Gallagher and Jacob, before you leave. Bill Gallagher and Jacob, before you leave. Thank you so much for recommending that they name the transportation center after me. I know, Jacob, that my grandson and also Bill Gallagher did that. Thank you again very, very much, and have a good evening. Thank you. The dumb who? Oh, the Murph? You know good. Okay, our next item is, this is a time for the City Council and time for the members to come out with a brief report on their activities and also to request any items that should be placed on the agenda. We've got 3 minutes, and we'll start off with Councilmember Teran.
Thank you, Mayor. Very brief. The River Park Neighborhood Council is meeting next Wednesday, December 11th, 6 p.m., Rio Vista Middle School. I understand we have a special meeting that evening, and so I just want the public to know that that meeting is occurring as well. And they have a fairly healthy agenda. Hope River Park residents will take advantage and attend because you can certainly be here as well, but there's a lot of important items for River Park. And from what I saw in last week's weekly packet, that was the only neighborhood council meeting happening that looks like it's happening this month. So that's the one quick update. And the last thing I'll say is, again, thank you to our outgoing council members and our mayor and to our city clerk for all of their dedication. They've truly served this community, and our community needs great servants like you. So thank you so much for all of your work.
Thank you. Councilman Madrigal.
Real quickly, two things before. First thing, I did get issues concerning lighting at Del Sol Park in the evenings now for soccer practices, as it's getting darker quicker. And second, speed bumps on First Street between Rose and Juanita. And I know that city did go look at it, and speed bumps may be on the way, but they actually need a individual or someone who lives on First Street. The person who put it in actually lives on Second Street. So still looking for that individual who wants to be a leader and get that petition started. That's someone that lives on First Street in Colonia. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Basua.
I've got no comments.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my transportation week. Tomorrow morning is Gold Coast Transit District. Friday morning is Ventura County Transportation Commission. And this is my last council meeting, so it doesn't make any sense for me to ask for anything to be put on the agenda. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councilor Perello.
It's been a tremendous evening tonight. Chris Frost, a member of the press, is having some health problems, and I'm hoping the very best for him. I'd like to also thank Lagomarzino Trucking. They volunteered to help Councilmember Madrigal and myself to get the Channel Islands water polo and cross-country team in to the Christmas parade. I'd like to also state that the Ventura County Airport Authority did send out a flyer. We'll be sharing it. It should be on their website. They're going to work on removing the dirt, and it should be on starting December 11th, and it should be gone within a month and a half, 2 months at the max.
Thank you. And by the way, I did see the county people working on that pile of debris that we have there on Ventura Road, Councilman Perello. Okay.
Yes. So about 2 weeks ago, on the November 20th, I actually drove up to UC Santa Barbara, my alma mater. Their staff union asked me 3299 is currently going through a strike and collective bargaining with the UC system. I had an opportunity to meet some of the staff members there. They commute as far as Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, Santa Maria to do the day-to-day groundskeeping and janitorial services for UC Santa Barbara. So actually it was quite pleasant to actually talk to some folks here from Oxnard and hear like those struggles that they go through on a daily basis, just trying to provide for their families. You know, it's not a radical idea that if you are working at a top university, you should be able to provide for your own kids to be able to attend these universities. I was also able to attend a House Farm Workers event on the 22nd. It was along the Ventura Avenue. Some affordable housing facilities for farm workers. It was nice to hear from some of the panelists I believe from Riders, the Farm Bureau, and the county planning staff as well. And then, sorry, one second. And then also I was able to meet with a representative from Seafrog to discuss the air quality monitor that they plan on putting throughout parts of Oxnard so we can keep track of the black carbon. And it's basically a grant that the Port of Hueneme received that they are working with Seafrog, the Ventura County Air Pollution District, and many other community partners, and CSUCI on how to track the black carbon that's taking place in our community. So I've been involved with that for a few months and got an update on that. And I think as the Mayor Zaragoza said earlier, yesterday I was in Sacramento for the state legislators swearing in. It was nice to talk with a couple of legislators and staff members, talk about where Oxnard is right now, where we were in the past, what we have been doing, and what we're currently looking forward to the future. So it was pleasant to see some old friends and so forth. And one last thing, I know, like Mayor Pro Tem McDonald said, we can't really ask for many new things on the agenda because it's like our last meeting right here. But at the last meeting, I brought up the idea of continuing the development of a safe city or sanctuary city. And I had some brief phone calls with Councilmember Tehran. And this is like one of the ideas that I brought up. You know, I think there's a lot of fear with the federal government threatening to withhold funds if we were to take a stance on putting forward a sanctuary ordinance or safe ordinances, and like, you know, how much finances we have that we put into our legal fees and so forth. We have limited funds compared to some major cities like the city of Los Angeles, which recently passed it. But one of the ideas that I thought of that we could look into is, could we do a joint powers agreement with these other larger cities like that have these legal funds, or other public agencies? Like, I know for it, I think as we look in the future and like see if these threats come into fruition, like, do we want to partner with our school districts, with the counties, the city of Los Angeles, or other public agencies in the region? Or what do we need to do with our state government in order to make sure that our local and state local and state employees do not that they do not work with ICE in deporting any of our residents? But that's one of the ideas I wanted to throw out there. Hopefully we can look forward if something comes fruition. I know I'm going to be pitching these ideas to other elected officials and so forth, but thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to our city manager, our staff, our city attorney, and all the directors of the city of Oxnard, and all the, I think it's about 1,500 employees here in the city, for all the excellent work they've done for our community. Happy holidays to all. Thank you so much. And now we're going to go into item I, which is a review of the consent item. And before we continue, Madam Clerk, we have a couple of speakers I think that wanted to speak that signed up. I think it's Sean Eric or something like that. I can't read the Enlow, Sean Enlow, MD. Is he available?
Mayor, we have two virtual speakers that had signed up for public comment. However, they're currently not online. So we do not have Sean Enlow and Sandra Aldana.
Okay.
So no speakers at this time for this item.
So no other speakers?
That is correct. We have no speakers at this time.
Okay, council members, we have 12 items. 1 to 12. Any concerns from council members?
Excuse me, Mayor, we do have one item for Housing Authority
Okay.
that needs to be voted on separately, and that is item number 8.
Okay, we'll take all the other items. Need a motion, and then we'll take the item number 8. We need a motion for all items except for 8.
So moved.
Moved by,
I will second, but just as a point of clarification for item 8, is that a separate vote by the Housing Authority, or is that 2 votes, one by the City Council, one by Housing?
is it 2 votes?
Housing Authority.
It's one vote by the
Yeah.
Housing Authority, which is
Housing
us,
Authority.
plus the 2 commissioners.
Thank you.
So anyway, we'll go ahead and vote on all those items as council, except for item 8. So there was a first by,
I'll second it. If it hasn't been seconded, I'll second it.
first by Tehran, or Madrigal, second by Perello. Roll call.
Mayor, to clarify, we have a first by Councilmember Madrigal, a second by Councilmember Perello.
Yes.
This is for consent items K1 through K7 and K8 through K12.
Correct.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perello? Yes. Councilmember Tehran?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so Housing Commissioners and slash, Housing Commissioners, we need a motion, item 8.
So moved for item 8.
Second.
Okay, first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Perello. Roll call.
Commissioner Basua?
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal?
Aye.
Commissioner Perello?
Yes.
Commissioner Tehran?
Yes.
Commissioner Valenzuela?
Aye.
Commissioner McDonald?
Aye.
Commissioner Zaragoza?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is item L1, reports. This is Public Works Department, subject additional project contingency and budget appropriation transfer for the Aquifer Storage and Recovery Completion Project PW 20-8. Recommendation of City Council approve and authorize, 1, an additional project contingency in the amount of $1 million to Agreement A8261 with Spice Construction Company Incorporated, not to exceed $5,583,700, and extend the completion date from Feb. 1, 26 for the Recycled Water Aquifer Storage and Recovery Completion Project C 2021. And 2, that the city manager to approve a budget appropriation in the transfer of $1,402,349 from the Recycled Water Backbone Winnie Phase C 1001 and Water Bond Fund 609 to the Recycled Water Aquifer Storage and Recovery ASR Completion Project C 2021 and corresponding transfers from the Water Capital Fund 602. This item did not originate in committee, as it was a capital improvement project specifically listed in the city's capital improvement budget, which was previously approved by the City Council. And of course, this is a major and pre-recorded item, and we do have Mr. Tim for any questions, council members?
Mr. Mayor, I just have one question.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
And I apologize for not asking this earlier. I know I asked about another ASR project, whether it would involve Campus Park, but it wasn't this company. Is this company going to be involved in Campus Park construction?
Mayor, City Council, Tim Beeman, Assistant Director of Public Works. Yes, this company is the current contractor that is out at the Campus Park construction.
Okay, and with that, Mr. Mayor, I have a conflict, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay, well, you just.
I live too close to it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we need a motion as
I have no questions. If there's no questions from the council or any public comments, I'll make the
Excuse
motion
me,
to.
Mayor, we have 2 speakers for this item.
Oh, we do? Excuse
Yes.
me. Go ahead.
Ray Blatel? Mr. Blattel is not here. Larry Stein? Mr. Stein has also left. So we do not have any virtual callers, so we do not have any speakers for this item. Thank you.
So we need a motion.
I move the recommended action.
Motion by Councilman Perrella, second by Councilman Basua. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello?
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem. Come back. Okay, our next item is Public Works again. Subject, update of mobile car washing regulations and enforcement. Recommendation City Council receive and file an update on mobile car washing regulation enforcement. The Public Works and Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0 on October 22nd, 2024, to forward this item to the City Council to receive and file. And this is a pre-record item under Measure M, and we do have Tim again or Jeff. Any questions, council members, on this item? If not, do we have any speakers? Madam
We
Clerk,
do have one virtual speaker.
go ahead.
They lowered their hand, so we do not have any speakers on this item.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion on this item.
I'll move the recommended action and will state that the video and the presentation was very good, excellent. I hope people looked at it. I think it's great direction for our community. I move the recommended.
It's
which
a
is
receive and file,
It's
so
a
we
receive and file, so.
Okay, we'll receive and file. Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
So we'll go to item 3. Item 3 is Community Development Department update in the City of Oxnard, California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, threshold guidelines. Recommendation that the City Council adopt a resolution repealing resolution number 15040 and adopt a resolution approving update CEQA threshold guidelines, herein referred to as 2024 CEQA threshold guidelines, and finding that the 2024 CEQA threshold guidelines are exempt from CEQA under Guidelines Section 15061B3. This item did not originate in committee. And let me go from there. And also, of course, there was a pre-recorded item. And of course, then we have, if we have any questions, we have Jeff Pengali or staff. Any questions on this item, council members? Or any speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any speakers on this item, in person or virtually.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to approve.
Just one question.
Go ahead.
If staff can just share with the public the groups that they're going to be meeting with and the public outreach that's going on, multiple outreaches, I think it would be appreciated by the public that doesn't take the time to look at the presentation, which is very good.
Or
Mayor, council member, Mayor Pro Tem, this pertains to this, the update to the city's California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. And that is something that we're implementing pursuant to state law, and this is not related necessarily to the local coastal programs meetings that will be happening tomorrow.
So just an update?
Yes, this is updates to our CEQA guidelines to comply with state law and implement our local programs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perrello first. Do we need a second? Second by Madrigal. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello?
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, next item, item 4, this is a police department brine drone agreement. Recommendation that City Council 1 receive an update report from the police department on the topics of drone uses in public safety and drone first responder DFR program. Number 2, approve and authorize the mayor to enter into a 5-year agreement A8564 with Brink Drones. Brick at an amount of not to exceed $209,515 to provide police department with equipment, technology, and support to establish and operate a drone first responder program. And when authorized, 3, authorize the police department to acquire and use drones provided under the agreement with Brink. And 4, approve grant revenues, recognition and appropriation of $363,717 from the State Supplemental Law Enforcement Services, SLESF, and the State and Local Grant Fund 210 for Citizens Optioned for Public Safety COPS program, and the corresponding capital outlay 301, and transfer the revenues appropriation in the same amount from the agreement with Brick Drones. And of course, this was a measure presentation on this item, and we do have our police chief if you have any questions on this item. But before we continue, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, we do. Isaac Michael Morales.
Good evening, council and audience. My name is Isaac Morales, a community member, activist, student, and a proud father. I stand before you today to voice serious concerns about the Oxnard Police Department's request for $2 million to fund a drone surveillance program. While we all desire safety and security in our community, we must acknowledge that the use of drones by law enforcement to monitor our neighborhoods without a warrant is a direct violation of our most basic constitutional rights and civil liberties. We cannot allow our backyards, our porches, our patios, our homes, our apartments, and other private spaces to become targets for unwarranted surveillance. This kind of overreach, not only erodes our privacy, but also undermines the trust between law enforcement and the community it is meant to serve. Surveillance drones should not be flying around our homes without due process, without a clear legal justification and proper oversight to protect our freedoms. Furthermore, this surveillance program disproportionately affects our community's most vulnerable residents, whether it is by immigration status, income, or simply their address. They will feel the weight of this invasive technology the most. Residents who already face systematic challenges should not be subjected to constant surveillance without cause or accountability. The $2 million request is not just an investment in technology, it is an investment in a culture of surveillance that threatens our civil liberties. We must ask ourselves, are we willing to trade our privacy, our constitutional rights, and our civil rights, particularly the rights of our most vulnerable residents, for a false sense of security? I urge you to reject this funding request. We must demand transparency and accountability, and most importantly, we must protect the fundamental rights that define our community and our country's most basic principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
Cynthia Salas.
Good evening, council members,
Good
Chief
evening.
Benitez. Today I'm here to kind of address the situations with the androids. On September 3rd of this past month, as I was looking at the information in preparation for today's comments, crime has been down in the city of Oxnard. Murder almost by 50%. In 2013, there was 15 incidents. 2023, 7. In regards to robbery, in 2023, 2013, 328, and 2023, 259. And you can refer back to that presentation due to time constraints. But I urge that we postpone this item until we have further information. I haven't had the opportunity to reach out to Chief Benitez to kind of speak to him about his perspective in regards to the androids. But I also want to remind the board that earlier this year, we had a presentation on UCLA youth study, an initiative brought forward by the city manager, where we talked about investing in our youth. I would propose that we consider taking this money, investing it in our community and our youth that face socioeconomic inequities and other challenges, and look at other resourceful solutions to protecting our community, like having community engagement, developing more trusting relationships with our law enforcement, place lights and cameras in places where we're prone to see more activity, but also taking into consideration that what I was able to read in regards to this proposal, that these droids would only cover certain parts of the city. And I think that's important to consider, because then we would be targeting a part of our community and not other parts. So this is why I would like to set up a meeting with our chief of police to kind of fill in some of the gaps that I have. I don't want to come in with assumptions. And that's why I'm asking that that the board consider postponing this item until we have further discussions with the community, especially in the current climate that we're in, as Councilmember Valenzuela made earlier in his comments, that our community is a bit uneasy with the current administration entering at the national level. And we have to continue to keep our peace and our trust with our law enforcement. And the city of Oxnard has done a great job historically in the last few years, building that trust and support with the community, very much that exists in our city that isn't as prevalent in other parts of our county. So I would like to propose that as a consideration of the board. If you consider making a motion to postpone this item until we can have further discussion as a community and have clear answers about concerns around this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
Vanessa Valdez.
Thank you. So thanks again for the opportunity to provide my statement. I wanted to share that drones have the potential to be useful tools in public safety, capable of aiding in search and rescue missions, disaster response, and more. However, deploying drones without proper regulation, community input, and transparency poses significant risks to our privacy, freedoms, and trust. I also want to note that as the representative of Latinx Bar Association, I submitted our preliminary reports, which you should peruse when you get a chance so that you can understand some of our concerns and suggestions. Some of our concerns is the lack of outreach. None of the information or outreach about this program has been provided in Spanish that I could find, or other languages, despite our city's diverse population. Even the YouTube presentation was only available in English. Again, I don't know if there was an option and I missed it. And so I ask, how can we build trust if significant portions of our community are left out of the conversation? Will the police department provide clear, detailed answers about what type of data will be collected, how it will be stored, shared, or deleted, and for how long? These are questions the community deserves answers to before moving forward. Some of our concerns regarding privacy and legal concerns are that drones equipped with advanced technology such as facial recognition, thermal imaging, and speakers can present unprecedented threats to privacy rights and even violate constitutional protections. Without safeguards, drones can chill free speech and freedom of assembly, especially if they are used to monitor political protests or surveil specific communities. This could exacerbate existing tensions around racially biased policing. Thermal imaging, for example, could infringe on Fourth Amendment rights, as courts have ruled it constitutes a search and requires a warrant. Some of the concerns about BRINC are the president and the vice president. Resnick received funding from controversial figures like Sam Bankman-Fried, who was recently convicted of fraud for defrauding his clients for millions. The vice president just retired from Chula Vista Police Department, and a case was just decided earlier this spring, And the case was all about the lack of transparency from the police department. They refused to provide records when a journalist submitted a public records request. And so our association also would like to request that this item be postponed so that we can address some of these issues and concern and have more community input. Some of the action steps that we can take is to host public forums in English and Spanish, adhere to strict privacy protections, and conduct a thorough cost-benefit analysis, including hidden costs like insurance and data security. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
Pat Brown.
I may be an old lady at 83, but I can see where drones, not in downtown business areas or around where there'd be small children, but I can see them being used in a mountainous area where you're looking for somebody who was supposed to be there and wasn't, and maybe in a dangerous situation, like up in the mountains, things like places like that, or looking for a specific animal, maybe your favorite dog that's run away and you can't find him, and you're up in the mountains. You know, I can't see it in downtown Los Angeles or even downtown Oxnard specifically, but I can see it for areas that are out of the ordinary or out in a big farm. Goodness knows we've got lots of farmland around here where you could use something like this. So I think it's not what it's used, it's how it's used that's the important feature in this. Otherwise, you know, drones can, you know, they can help in many different ways. So think about that. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any additional speakers?
Yes, we have 2 virtual speakers.
Okay.
Caller with number ending in 6377, please unmute.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, everyone. This is Manuel Herrera, creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. I know you thought you got rid of me when I was there, but now I'm home. But thanks to technology, I get to call in and speak on this issue. So first of all, I want to say that I do appreciate and respect the concerns of the speakers that have just spoken. Although a lot of their concerns has been addressed by the video that was posted by the police department. I too had some concerns, but in watching the video, which by the way was very, very well done, and it gave plenty of details, plenty of examples. Matter of fact, it was pretty long. It was over 30 minutes long, and it covered pretty much everything that some of the speakers have voiced their concern about. But there are some key factors in the video that really caught my attention. And for example, the fact that you know, the drone operators, although they're not required to have you know, any kind of certificate or anything, the chief does require that of the officers. And I'm sure I don't know if the chief is still there or maybe the assistant chief is there. They can answer some of the questions that the speakers have. But again, in watching the video, it really addressed all the concerns I had. And what really impressed me the most was the fact that since they've been using drones, there have been 0 complaints from the community. I think that speaks volumes. 0 complaints. So, and then let's face it, there's cameras everywhere, all over our city. And, you know, everybody wants a safe city, but nobody wants cameras around. And yet, again, we're in 2024, going into 2025, and we got AI coming in, we got technology coming in. I appreciate that the police department is thinking ahead and trying to do whatever they can to protect the citizens of Oxnard. I don't see any, you know, profiling going on here. I don't see any discrimination. So again, it's all covered in the video. Everything, every question I had, every concern I had was addressed. So anyway, I'm in support of this. I think it's something that needs to be done, and I am in full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would we have another? The speaker.
Speaker with number ending in 7299.
Okay, I think you got me. Hey, I'm just like Manuel. This is Greg Runyon. So I think I followed him like 3 times tonight. So I had to go home too. So the challenge, though, that I have is that I really did enjoy hearing those who have concerns. And while I support the drones, and I really do, I think that there will need to be some type of continued understanding of what's going on. My understanding is that these drones are not to be used for arbitrary surveillance or things like that. I believe that they're going to be used to respond when there are calls for service. And in a time where we're all looking for de-escalation, this may be one of those tools, because too many times we've had officers go out into circumstances where something has been called in and it might end up being something else. And having a drone there as a first responder, if you will help our police officers to keep our community safe. And I just want to say this. I don't know of anyone who would support any law enforcement agency using technology to spy on their citizens. However, I hope we all could support technology that's enabling us to be safe. I don't want to live in a community where someone calls and says someone has a gun, and it turns out that gun is a cigarette lighter. I believe that was discovered in a video showing how a drone prevented that, where officers would have gone in hot. This is last thing I want to say, this is a issue that all of you will have to wrestle with and vote your conscience. And this is what I wanted to say as my last comment. Sometimes one person has to give up a little so that thousands can be safe. And, you know, I, for one, may be different than all of you, but I'm willing to give up a little of what I consider my privacy in order that others could live. And I think we need to monitor this. It's new technology, but I fully support it because I want to live in a safe and prosperous community. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
We do not have any additional speakers, virtually or in person, for this item.
Okay, Chief, you want to give us additional information?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Just to let you know, we do have some staff on virtual, starting with Commander Rocky Marquez. He's actually in Quantico, Virginia, in his last week at the FBI Academy. He's our drone program leader at our department. Also with us today, we have staff from Brink, including Manoj Mahan, as well as Don Redmond, and the Brink CEO, Blake Resnick. They've all joined us here should there be questions that may require their attention. Starting off at first is that, what we're seeing here on this particular topic is a simple difference of fundamental philosophy. We've seen this with a number of different technologies that have come into the public safety realm over the years. We've talked about red light cameras. We've talked about body-worn cameras, license plate readers, speed cameras now. Public security cameras has been a topic of debate prior to 2001. Now it's more accepted. When we're dealing with drones, we are talking about an emerging technology that, I mark my words, will be a part of everyday life in many more facets than just law enforcement. Law enforcement is actually probably the most regulated entity with drone usage now. It's not the problems that we have with the public safety use of the drones. It's the private users, the private businesses that may not be following those rules. Those are actually a much greater concern that we should all be more concerned about in future years. But when I talk about difference of philosophy, proponents such as myself, those you see here this evening, we will posit the benefits of these innovations and how they make it safer for our communities. And opponents will often posit this with a position that implies or assumes abuse or public harm. And as the police chief of this city, I take this very seriously, but it's also, I believe that part of this process is to hear the concerns that were stated, many of which that you heard this evening were directly out of the ACLU's playbook. There are some positions that the ACLU has taken with this. We've heard almost several of them verbatim. Off the top, I can give you some clarifications to the comments that were made. One thing about this is that there was a comment made that this subjects us to constant surveillance, and this is not the drone model that we are using. We are not a city that's going to be putting them up constantly. That's not the way to go. That does undermine community trust when you have drones hovering over the cities looking for things to do. In this case, this is exactly what we're calling it. It's a drone first responder. These drones go to calls when they need to, and they are a big boost for safety for both the officers and the community. I believe it was Pastor Runyon mentioned the Chula Vista example of the person that was thought to have a gun that did not. There was a demand for transparency and accountability. And, I hope everyone watching this evening got a chance to see the video and read the staff report, which we did acknowledge the concerns that our community members do present. We did talk about the transparency that exists in terms of records retention. We have policies within our city and our department that govern that. And we also are offering to put up a transparency dashboard, which the vendor is supplying to us, so that residents can query flights, where they went and what they saw. Another important point, which I think gets overlooked, is that when these drones are flown, the camera is not pointed down. The camera is pointed either straight ahead or at a slight upward angle, so it doesn't look at things that it shouldn't look at. Other comments, there was a comment about crime has been down. Generally, yes, I said that in my September 3rd address to the council. It's trended down over years, but I also did point out that it was up about 7.1% from 22 to 23. Facial recognition, these are not equipped with facial recognition. That's not part of the technology. It's also very important to point out in our policy, which the presentation covers, is that we will not, our policy prohibits random patrols and random surveillance. Everything is task oriented. There was a comment about this picturing this being used in downtown Oxnard, and I just have to say that this is an emerging part of law enforcement technology. This is part of the future of policing. It's using tools to the benefit that can actually protect both our officers as well as our community. So with that, my voice is kind of going out. I will also just defer to any questions that the council may have for me this evening.
Chief, I want to thank you so much because I know you're suffering with a little bit of food poisoning, and here you are in the middle of the night, But thank you for coming over anyway. But one of the things that was mentioned in your dashboard when you update this, one of the things that was mentioned that Is it in Spanish, or we can translate some of the material in Spanish for the Spanish-speaking community?
I suppose we can release those, but generally, when we had our meetings, we did have them in the public forum when we did talk about drones earlier this year. We can, and we have an annual public forum based on military equipment. I believe we had one on June 10th of this year, which we had a city council meeting, I believe it was July 2nd.
that, yeah.
That is also available in Spanish, where the topic of drones does come up.
Maybe we can bring that up again and maybe in the city website or.
We can do something, but I don't believe, I'm not entirely sure if this presentation or the city council's presentation are translated into Spanish, so I don't know that answer.
And the other thing that potentially, then you can bring your comment, potentially is that I think also that the drone set really is used for the safety of the officers and the safety of the residents. If we have someone hiding in a place where you can't see it, it's much better to send a drone than a person, or even if a resident is being held by whoever, I think that drone can really help us out potentially. And then the other item that I had was also my understanding that we also work with the county sheriffs in a mutual aid operation where we might have something happening between the city and the county area, where we can work together with the deputies or with other cities also.
Yes, as a matter of fact, just last week, there was a combined agency search warrant in the Santa Rosa Valley. Oxnard PD having the drone unit that it is, we were called upon to provide the overwatch as well as the drone support for that operation to ensure safety of the officers and deputies.
And one of the things too that I think Pat Brown mentioned was when I was with the county, the sheriffs used drones to go up in the mountains, and they had a lot of cannabis issues and so forth, and a lot of criminal activity up in the mountains. That the drones actually revealed to the deputies without having to send a deputy up in that area too, which I think.
That's correct, my understanding, but this is similar to the cannabis grows that that law enforcement has been encountering out in remote areas that are not necessarily private property. There are some other, there's case law that governs searching private property from the air and under what circumstances. So those safeguards do exist. And as a matter of fact, if you go to, I believe it's about slide 36 or 37 in the report, you see that we do talk about these safeguards that we do have in place. And I did forget to mention, Mayor, two things is that, we talk about privacy. Now, it was about 7 years ago that I came to an INCO meeting, and the residents told me that they wanted drones to do fireworks enforcement. And at first I kind of thought, well, it's an interesting idea. I'm not sure how practical that is. That kind of set us on a path to start looking at things. And it's been several years. We have been integrating them into our operations so much that they've essentially become normalized with our department. And the fact that there have been no complaints or any sustained allegations about any misconduct says something about not just the way we're doing this, but the staff that we have, the policies that we have, and the standards that we set. I believe it was Manuel Herrera talked about us having a qualification for our pilots that is actually above what is required. That is the case. We're seeking to be a premier agency with drone operations. And the last thing I'll say to the comment is about privacy. Years ago, people wanted body-worn cameras for police officers. Body-worn, we got them. And body-worn cameras go into people's homes. They see all these other things. A drone just sees a fraction of these things. So I just want to put that out there for thought.
Thank you. Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I did just want to make a quick point. I have a few questions, Chief, but to your point, Mayor, about the Spanish language, maybe this is a step or two ahead of where we are tonight, depending on how council goes with this. But when I go to the city's recently revamped website, we have a drop-down that allows a user of the website to choose which of 3 languages they would like to experience the website in. And I don't know if the dashboard that's being provided by the vendor might have the ability to have a similar function where The user who's visiting the dashboard could choose which language they prefer to see the menus and experience the website in. So just a quick question on that.
And I think we have probably some of the vendors.
So I
up
do
there
have
that
three members from Brink here that
that
can
might be able to
possibly
help us
answer
with
that.
Okay, well, if they'd like to answer that, we can make that a formal question.
Gentlemen?
Yeah, I can answer that. Thank you all for your time tonight, to the council members and the mayor and to the chief. But multi-language support is something that is on our product roadmap. So the ability to translate or transpose anything into a language like Spanish is available. With our transparency dashboard, however, much of it is very visually based. So there isn't not a lot of deep text that you would actually be reading or deciphering. Rather, what you would be actually seeing is the pathway of the flight of the drones. And then based on the police department's policy, they would be able to release then this said video or any audio that was harvested from the drone based on a request for information.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. So you did answer a number of questions I had written down as part of my notes here. I have a couple that I think we can just touch on if we could. There was a mention by Ms. Salas, one of the speakers, regarding investment in lights and cameras in specific areas. And thinking back to my time on the Parks and Rec Commission, where we had community cameras placed at Hobson Park East, or excuse me, Community Center Park East, during my time there, and some that were already existing. It seemed that those were data-driven in seeing where those cameras would be placed. If there's a concern around particular parts of the city being responded to by the drones, if we were to invest in cameras, again, cameras don't respond. They are stationary, they are static where they're at. And that would be data-driven where they're placed, which would be in the same communities typically that have high calls for service. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that being said, the community cameras, I understand that we have some that are still existing, but that is also a program that has limitations and does require significant investment in finding where to put those. And again, it doesn't have the flexibility of going somewhere else. Once it's there, it's there. 25 feet up on a pole or wherever it is. So that's just kind of my thoughts on that. A question regarding the outreach portion. Can you just summarize what community outreach has been done on drones and our use of them within our police department in the city of Oxnard? And then also which conversations publicly have happened for this specific program?
So they've been a mixture of both, going back to, I believe it was 2018 or 2019. We've had some public meetings which are available to all members of our community, and even some may have translation. For example, I believe it's our Community Relations Commission. We've been to that one twice, as recently as September of this year. Starting in 2022, we were required by Assembly Bill 481 to provide a community meeting to discuss the use of military equipment, which often centers on the topic of drones. So we had one in 2022. I believe we had one in 2023. I think the date was June 10th on that, where we discussed drones. We did go to the, in fact, we went to the council subcommittee on July 23rd about this topic. So we sought authorization from this body to explore a DFR program. That was also open and available to the public. I believe there were some speakers there to the contrary of the issue that showed up. We have scheduled, I think I mentioned the Community Relations Commission, I believe it was September 17th-ish or sometimes in September. We have also met with LULAC. We have a meeting on the books that was supposed to be for yesterday with the NAACP that got rescheduled due to my not being able to make it, but that meeting will be held as well. So suffice it to say, there are conversations taking place. And on top of that, it's been 5 years that we've been doing this, and it's had almost zero outcry from this topic, actually zero outcry. Feeling is, in general, that by and large our community accepts this.
All right, and you had mentioned it, this is one of my follow-up questions, that I believe that there's some sort of statutory annual community meeting that needs to happen around military equipment, but it sounds like the drone program would be part of that, or is it a specific meeting just for drones?
It's a portion of that, but generally that's one of the initial portions. That's one of the more prevalent points of conversation.
Okay, so
I also forgot, I did meet with our Chiefs Advisory Board, which is about 12.5 members of various community origins in our group. The presentation was given to all of them, and they were asked to please feel encouraged to share that with anybody, and if anybody wanted to discuss it more, that they would be most welcome to do that as well.
Okay, and that's why I was asking about the follow-up past this is, regardless of which way the council goes tonight, there will still be that statutory meeting that has to happen annually to update the community, and it's a community meeting, in addition to the numerous public meetings like this one where it's formally agendized on an agenda.
Yes, and I did forget to add that we have been doing posts on social media about our use of drones. We have conducted demonstrations for a number of different groups, especially the youth, who really seem to enjoy this technology. On top of that, it's been out there to our community academy that we hold in English and in Spanish as early as earlier this year. We have another one coming up for early 2025. That will also have that topic in there as well.
Okay, thank you. And on to the next question here. And it was a good question or a good point that was raised regarding the perception that some may have that these drones are only going to cover a portion of the city. Based on the staff report and the presentation, can you share a little bit about what the anticipated coverage would be for the number of drones and their nests where they're located?
Certainly. This was based on a comment that was made at the July 23rd meeting. Implied that we were placing them in areas that was driven by race and socioeconomic factors, and that's not the case. When we decided to place our potential nest sites for the drones, we looked at 3 different things at least. Number 1 was population density. Number 2 was call for service density. And number 3 was crime mapping by neighborhood. So it's data driven, and based on the placement that we have in this first phase, with 3 sites, we're covering about 75+% of where most of our calls for service are generated. In this, you do notice in the map that I provided in the presentation, there's no drone site out on the west end of town. That is not, I repeat, that is not because the residents there organized to complain about aircraft traffic or aircraft noise. That is not the case. We are going strictly based on data, because as Councilmember Perella says, facts matter.
Okay, and I can see from the map that's provided in the presentation that, that estimate you gave looks about accurate, about 75% of the city, much of where it's most densely populated, including River Park, South Bank, which is where Councilmember Perella lives, Wagon Wheel, Sierra Linda, Fremont North, Fremont South, Carriage Square, which are all in District 2. And so much of the northern part is covered, as is the central portion of the city, as is the south end of the city. And I encourage folks to look at that map because it's a visual telling of where the coverage would be for these drones. The next question here is regarding funding for this. And I know it's mentioned in the staff report, but just so we can have it on the record, can you share about the funding sources and mechanisms for this program that's being asked about tonight?
Certainly. So the funding mechanism that we are planning to use for this is State Law Enforcement Supplemental Funding. SLESF is what we call it. It is an annual formula grant that is based on, it's from the state of California, that is distributed to law enforcement agencies across the state. So it's basically it's grant money. It is sent to us. It is not part of the general fund. So I do recall there being a comment about this taking the place of other things for youth or for parks. This fund would not pay for those things.
Typically, what would we use these funds to use, or typically, what would we use these funds for in police operations, since they go directly to police agencies?
So in the past years, one of the principal allocations for that, I believe, was body-worn cameras when we were first getting that program off of the ground. And that was paying for a lot of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that.
We almost there.
Yeah, I'm almost there, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just last couple questions here. And you already spoke to, as I mentioned, about privacy being assured by having the camera angled up or forward until it arrives at the place where the call for service is being requested. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And maybe this is in the weeds, but this is a follow-up to that. Is there some kind of, whether it be policy or statutory regulation about the minimum or maximum flight altitude that a drone is going to do when it's responding to a call?
Well, FAA guidelines place the ceiling at 400 feet, AGL, so off the deck, 400 feet.
Okay, so there are guidelines that we have to follow.
I will say this, it is a highly regulated environment by the FAA, especially, not so much for the private user with a drone who is like a mini drone that's under 250 grams, but when you're talking about government agencies such as police departments, we are very, very highly regulated.
Okay, thank you. And you did reference in the staff report and the presentation existing policies that are in the books regarding the missions, the mission types for drones, when they can and can't be deployed, as well as prohibited uses, no random patrols, no random surveillance, no weapons will be affixed to any drones, and as well as recordings and their availability to the public and the retention that schedule that we'll have for them. So I encourage folks to review those. Who can they contact within the police department to discuss those items further if they'd like more details?
Well, for starters, the policy is online on our face page, it's on our website. It's in the presentation. There were directions how to get to that particular page, which includes our policy as well as our mission, our flight types that we're using. After that, they can contact a staff member, usually myself or Commander Marquez, and we can have a discussion.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just wrap this up by saying that in regular conversations with constituents, with residents of the city, whenever public safety comes up, a very common topic that comes up is regarding police response times or prioritization of calls. And we have priority 1, priority 2, priority 3 calls, as we've discussed in the past. And I get, frustration from people that say, I called about, a suspicious vehicle and nobody showed up for 45 minutes and they were long gone. Or somebody tried to steal a package from my porch and I called and 2.5 hours later, an officer arrived. And so in those conversations, I remind folks about the staffing challenges that public safety faces as a sector and policing as a profession, where the city of Oxnard, in contrast to the past, actually has the ability to fill positions now, but we have a very small candidate pool of people applying to be officers versus what we had in the past. And so it'd be great to fill those positions if people were applying to be in that profession. And so that being said, we can't just buy our way out of this situation. We need to think about what are our current resources and our current limitations. And with this technological item in front of us here, I look at how this can alleviate some of those common concerns that residents bring up with regard to response time, but also appropriateness and level of response. And the issue that that Mr. or Reverend Runyon pointed out, and you pointed out in the presentation, with gentlemen being reported as having a firearm, but then the drone realized it was a replica firearm used for other purposes. That changes the response of the officers who are going to that versus, you have them going to hopefully de-escalate the situation versus several units showing up with high firepower to match someone who has a firearm that's just being, displayed. So I'm hoping that if this were to move forward, that this is the ability for us to look at the appropriate types of calls that these drones will respond to. Hopefully that will result in less response time or faster response times and more appropriate response from police when actual ground units show up to after a drone does. So
You know,
I appreciate the extended time on that, Mayor. Thank you.
Recommendation, I know there's quite a few questions, but potentially maybe we got to refer a resident to look at the video again, because that video that you put together really answers quite a few of those questions.
You're correct, Mayor. I anticipated that. We can have that translated to get a Spanish translation for that. We do place out there the concerns that we normally hear, which are not unlike what has been raised in these chambers this evening.
Thank you.
My apologies. One quick point.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the speakers who came out, and then the item that I would love to dig into, but it was given to us tonight. That's not to fault anybody. These are the types of information that I appreciate getting, so we can review this and see all points that are being brought up by the staff and the public. All I had time to review was the first page, but I just want to point out in a bullet point that's brought up around the president receiving funding from Sam Bankman-Fried, who was later convicted of fraud in the FTX issue. Well, I mean, if that's something I see, I mean, that's something I want to look into more. And in the time I had now to look at that, I look at that and I see, well, this same individual also donated to the Democratic Party in 2020 and 2022 elections. And it's like, well, I mean, is that guilty by association? I mean, I have no problem sharing that that's the way I vote, but does that change my vote for the presidential election or state or federal elections? So I just wanted to point that out. And he also donated to the Republican Party,
Yeah,
too.
thank you for that. But
Mayor, I mean, the CEO and our staff from Brink, who were both mentioned in this report that just kind of fired this information out. For the sake of those watching, I would like to clarify that if possible. They're right here.
go ahead, then. Who would?
Yeah, no, absolutely. My name is Blake. I started Brink. Yeah, we're lucky to call quite a few interesting people our investors. So I'm Brink's largest equity holder. Number 2 is Sam Altman, who started OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT someone I massively respect. We also have Julius Ganikowski on as one of our investors, who's an ex-chairman of the FCC. Jeff Weiner, who used to be the CEO of LinkedIn, quite a few sort of interesting people. And yeah, I mean, at the time when we took a check-in from Sam Bankman-Fried, he was on the cover of Forbes magazine. He was backed by Sequoia Capital, biggest investors in the world. I had absolutely no idea that FTX was going to go in the direction that they did, and I think a lot of people didn't, across political arenas and business arenas and many other areas. So that's sort of the background there. I hope that's helpful information.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor, may I address that specifically?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
We were given this information, sir, and I do respect your answer, and I do respect the question that the councilman asked, but I wished he would have gone a little further. I wished he would have stuck his neck out a little further. This is put out by the Latinx Bar Association, and when they put out something that basically, in my opinion, slandered you by guilt by association, it was wrong. And as an individual, I can't verify this, but your response and just reading it in plain English, it doesn't imply you to anything. But thank you very much.
I hope we don't get out of track here too, off track. Mr. City Manager, you want to share, because I know Mayor Pro Tem wants to share something, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, I fully support our police chief and his leadership for this. It is another tool, relatively new tool, but it's a tool. There's actually an old-fashioned analog to this, which are police helicopters. Not exactly the same, but similar, a little bit old-fashioned, but all large police departments in large cities that have large land masses have a police helicopter division. They've been flying around for years and years and years with a lot of cameras, but they're also extremely expensive to have and maintain. Mm-hmm. This is a slightly different modern version. This program can do different things, but in the big picture, it's a lot less expensive. This is not about whether crime is up or down. This is a tool that helps to keep our officers safe and keeps our community safe.
And the residents.
It also has a lot of other uses in assisting, in some cases, the Public Works Department, in some vital cases, the Fire Department. Lots of uses for this. As the chief mentioned, every time we have a new tool in law enforcement, we go through this ideological debate, whether it's red light cameras, body worn cameras, security cameras. You know, it's cliche by now, but who doesn't have one of these damn phones? You're giving up your personal data to you, God knows who, and where does it go? You never know. Talk about tracking our every move and our every thought, our every photo, our every tweet. I don't tweet. All of that, our preferences. Come on, let's get real here. This is a tool. Let me illustrate one other example, which God forbid, I hope never happens here again. Should we experience another mass shooting at a school campus? And let's not fool ourselves. This is America. We have more mass shootings than the rest of the planet combined every year. If we should have a mass shooting situation at one of our school campuses, we can have these drones buzzing the campus before the entire police department can get there, and that's what I would want. It's a tool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I don't really have any questions, just some observations. And these discussions about private property and trespasses and what have you, we've been having these discussions for years. And generally under the Fourth Amendment, the community has a protection against unreasonable search and seizure of private property. And generally the only ways that can legally be done is through a search warrant authorized by a court or exigent circumstances which allow for an emergency response. But exigent circumstances are very tightly reined in as to what they will accept. And the courts jealously protect private property rights. And there was a case locally where officers went to a loud music disturbing call many years, about 5-10 years ago, got to where the call was at, didn't hear anything, but the yard was unfenced. So they walked through an open side yard, and as they're walking past a window, they see narcotic activity occurring in one of the rooms. And the courts very clearly said there was no exigency here. There was no reason for you to go down that side yard. There was no reason for you to be within the curtilage of the residence, and they threw the case out. The courts are very jealously protective of privacy rights around here. You know, we had this discussion probably 20 years ago with a technology called FLIR, F-L-I-R, forward-looking infrared radar. And at the time, it was a practice that some agencies would fly a helicopter in common airspace where they could lawfully be. They would direct the equipment towards the front of a garage or something and look for heat signatures. And what they were doing is looking for marijuana grows. And it would, when you're growing marijuana with bright lights, it very clearly lights up the house on the FLIR system. The court said that's a constructive trespass. We're not going to allow it. And a constructive trespass versus a regular trespass is you use some sort of equipment to gain access to someone's privacy or property or privacy where they have an expectation of privacy. So I think the courts are already jealously protecting this. I don't see this being what we're discussing here. And the other thing we need to remember is that police departments aren't the only ones that use drones. And if you want to see a current article, there's been a problem in Santa Clarita within the last 2 weeks of drones buzzing expensive homes, looking in windows. Mm-hmm. And some of the residents followed them back to a La Quinta Inn and found 5 members of what was a burglary gang controlling these drones. And they were scoping out residences to find out when the people leave, what's the best way to get in, and they were committing residential burglaries. Southern California Edison uses these drones all the time. They fly along their power lines. You can go buy a drone in a hobby store. They're kind of expensive, but you can do that. So, but almost always when someone sees a drone, the first inclination to say is, oh, it's government spying on me. It's the police department spying on me. Well, Not necessarily. And I think the government agencies are more tightly regulated than the non-governmental agencies in terms of what you can and cannot do. So I think the safeguards are there. I think they're built in. There certainly are penalties and sanctions if a city is found or a governmental entity is found liable of violating someone's, Fourth Amendment right to privacy. It's just, and yet we continue having the same argument. I'm satisfied that the police department has very strict regulations about how and when these devices are used because of the liability that's there. And that's why we have a cadre of attorneys in our city attorney's office that should be up to speed on this stuff and guide the police department and make sure that we're not making mistakes like, violating the exigent circumstances doctrine or the search warrant doctrine. And this is where government gets into trouble all the time, is when they push the envelope trying to be creative, and that creativity gets us into hot water. I don't want to see us go down that road, but I think that the city and the police department need to have technology that's competitive with the technology that the criminal element is using, that other private industries are using, and we need to jealously protect the citizens' rights to privacy, but I think there's a legitimate use for this system, and I'm not seeing any need to postpone it at this time, to be perfectly honest. Now,
Okay.
do we need to review it afterwards and make sure that we're consistent with what's out there? I say yes. But, if we're gonna postpone something ad nauseum, I just don't think that's the right approach. And other people will get the advantage on us because they're willing to use the technology and we're afraid of our own shadow.
Thank you, Councilor Perrello, and then followed by Valenzuela.
Thank you. I appreciate the item. Number one, this is one of the best videos the city of Oxnard, in my opinion, has had in years. One of the best videos. A little long. Some people may get tired and not watch the whole thing, but that's their problem. It's not my problem. The information is there. It's information for everyone. The comments about the translation, I didn't do it all, but I was instrumental in making sure there's a room back there with a translator translating these meetings, along with other neighborhood councils, years ago. So the ability for the translation is here, and as the chief has mentioned, there's been previous meetings where he's gotten tattooed by members of the public, some of the council, because it is now identified as military equipment. I don't believe that that is a problem people can't understand. I'm taking the comments, some of the comments people said. Constant surveillance without cause. If you watch the video, you see that's not a fact. No one asked the question about what if somebody wants to see the information. In the video, it explains how you can get a request for information. To see it, unless it is very specific, you can't. There was a comment made, the crime is down. The last time I looked, from before I got on council to today, that's not been a bad thing as far as I know. That's good. The video and the comments made about it is going after a specific group, racial, whatever. It's going after areas where there's been reported. The words in the video, it's going after warm areas in the map. And the warm areas, if you watch the video, are the areas that have color in them. That's where the highest crime is. I don't want to spend any money or any effort or any time somewhere where nothing happens. I want to spend it where we get the most bang for the buck. And bang for the buck, in my mind, is not prosecuting innocent people. It's for going after individuals that are hurting innocent people. The other comment, and I'm sorry, in my saddle right now, I look at somebody who's 22 years old. That's a youth. We just had a 22-year-old shot in the chest. We've just had young kids killed. I mean, you want to spend the money on the youth versus this? And I'm like, it sounds like we are spending money on the youth by implementing this to make things safer, not for junior, but for seniors and everybody in between, to make our city a better city, safer for the people that live here, safer for the people that work to protect us, and safer for the people that pay taxes to support this city. And I support this as it stands now. I do think there would be reports. I have faith in the track record of our city police chief. There will be a follow-up report how this is working out. But I see no reason to postpone this. This has been a can that's kicked down the road 5.5 miles. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilor Valenzuela.
Yes, for the chief of police. So earlier this year, I was participating in some public protests that was like pro-Palestinian out here, and a couple of my friends and I noticed that there were some drones above us. Were those police drones that were surveilling the crowds?
I can't tell you for sure. You're just saying that they were there. But I can tell you that we do use them to monitor protests.
Okay, so in question, I guess, because what happened recently with the presidential election and like what happened in 2016, and seeing that there's probably going to be some public protests potentially like in the coming future, and I guess my concern is if there is like concerns of like police drones, if there are police drones being used, like these are people can submit a public records request for this like videotape. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
So could that also mean that the federal government be like, hey, there are protests taking place, like we want to see, hey, can we try and identify some of these people? Is that a possibility for the federal government to request this information and identify people? And that's kind of like my concern right there with utilizing police drones.
Yeah, that's not the intent for us to do that. It's more of a legal question.
I know that's not the intent of our public source, because that would destroy our distrust with the public. But I think that theoretically, can that happen from a federal government agency to request that information?
They can request anything they want.
Yep. I just want to say that is a little dangerous in my mind, but thank you.
Can I chime in real quick? Because this is not a college seminar, for God's sake. Look, again, it is a tool. And when we have certain kinds of protests that we're aware of, what we don't want is we don't want police officers to engage physically and to be hands-on. But sometimes when you have these kind of gatherings, some folks will go off and do criminal activity, whether it's turn a car upside down, smash the shops of local business owners who've worked their lifetimes to put together a business, and there's a protest and their windows get smashed. That's really smart. But let me tell you, but if we actually have not a drone, but actual officers there, and they have their body cam on, the feds can get that footage too. There's no difference there. So just to understand, it's just a tool. But the outcome that you're discussing, that hypothetical, could happen if our police officers were physically there with the body cam footage on. That also can happen.
And council members, I know we've talked over and over on this item. Let's go ahead and see if Council has.
We're all
We're
tired.
forgetting our names. Anyway, so we can summarize this issue.
So,
Go ahead.
I want to, first of all, thank the speakers and thank you for your sheet that was provided to us. I was able to go through it completely, and watching the video, a lot of these questions were answered. So my suggestion, or what I would like, is I'd like to, outside of this, I'd like to understand what it is that I read that I'm not understanding the message that is being brought, at least to me. So it's very clear the fact that we're transparent. We're not going to deploy the drones just to deploy them. They're there in order to protect not only our officers, but our community. So I greatly appreciate the executive summary, but these questions were answered in the video. But I would like to, meet outside of this and find out what I don't understand, because I don't understand, and because I don't understand what the message that the speakers are trying to convey, I've got to go ahead and support this. With that being said, I do want to address one thing that Councilmember Valenzuela said. It is very important for me for people to understand that if you're going to protest, there's going to be video. If you're going to do something illegal, then you should be ready for the consequences. If you are protesting and you're just protesting, you're not breaking the law, there is nothing to fear because you've done nothing wrong. You've addressed your First Amendment right, and you have every right to do so. But when you start breaking the law, then you should be ready for the consequences that your actions have done. So in that regard, if I am protesting and I am doing it peaceful and I am not breaking any law, by all means, deploy that drone and I'll be happy and waving my sign.
Thank you. One last minute, Councilman Perella.
I echo Councilman Basua. I just would like to share, a little bit older, but I remember San Francisco State when they had the free speech riots, and San Francisco State would be on television, and there would be the public against the police, and there would be cameras from the tops of the buildings showing the people behind, way behind the public, throwing rocks at the cops to try to start a fight. When I see current events and people show up with masks and sticks and they stand in the background waiting to instigate a fight, I got no problem with the drone. I want to know who did that. I want to know who's trying to hurt our people, or if the person's not a good shot, the innocent bystander who's protesting gets his head cracked open. I'd like to know who threw it and be able to have some way to track that person before they get away. And if a drone can do that, fantastic. But that's not the reason that we're hopefully going to approve this tonight. It's to assist with a tool needed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And one last thing, a little comment here that Pat Brown put together, the drones should not be used for children, or it might be dangerous for children. I just wonder, I'm sorry, Oscar.
Oh, no worries. I was actually not going to comment, but I know where this kind of was going, and I know it's late in the evening, so I'll try to keep it short. A couple of things. One, and it's something that kind of been brought more to my attention serving in public office, but something that's kind of like bothered me like my kind of entire life. And something that, you know, was brought up to me in college and made perfect sense to me when someone asked me about the gang injunction. And someone actually that lived on the other street, we happened to go to college together, had no idea we met in college, but he told me the whole reason for the gang injunction wasn't really for the gangs. It was realistically to protect the neighbors. And that's something to me in the neighborhood that means so much. Something, you know, earlier this year, there was always the joke, is it a firework or is it a gunshot? Well, I thought it was a firework. Find out a day later, it was a gunshot. 2 gunshots went through the front windshield of my vehicle. And it hit, you know, obviously the driver's side. It hit where the driver's seat would be. I did file a report, talked to an officer. Officer told me if anyone was in the car, they would have been dead. Blew out my second back window. Do I blame anyone for that situation? Absolutely not. If something happened, whatever the reason was, luckily no one was hurt. Luckily it was during the summer, so the kids weren't out playing on the street. So no one was hurt. So, you know, car windshield come back, so on and so forth. That's not an issue. But if something like this could stop something from this happening, where someone actually would get hurt, then this is a good step. But the thing that has bothered me the most is, you know, everyone does have a right to protest. If you do protest, you do go with the understanding that you are willing, you're putting yourself out there, you believe so much in that particular cause that you're willing to deal with some of the circumstances that may come your way. But what really bothers me is when we had protests here, usually at Plaza Park. Something happens national, there's a protest at Plaza Park. You know, obviously you're free to protest. But what really bothers me is sometimes some of the instigators, not everybody's an instigator, but some of the instigators don't even live here in the city of Oxnard. Why don't they protest in their city? Oh, because they don't want to mess their city up. Oh, but it's okay to come here in Oxnard. Same thing. When I forgot what the issue was, but people wanted to go protest down in Colonia. Mm-hmm. Realistically, everyone was going to go protest in Colonia, and no one lived in Colonia. But why Colonia? So that, again, that issue comes, you're free to protest, but why does it have to be in particular areas of the city? And realistically speaking, like I've always kind of said, this is a tool to protect the safety of the residents of the city. Now, can things go wrong? Maybe, but at the end of the day, is it going to serve a greater good for the community? The answer is yes, it is. With technology, like the city manager stated, your cell phone is more of a nuisance than anything else that you carry. And I'll be honest, I don't go anywhere without my phone. And that's a lot of people. Most people can't go anywhere without their phone. They won't leave their phone, but they know the concept of all the bad things that could happen based off of that phone. So as of right now, I'm fully supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call for a motion, I just want to thank the Bryan people that are here today and your staff, Chief. You know, I know it's late. Thank you for staying up with us, number one. Number two, I want to thank all the speakers that spoke today. And of course, our council members, this very, very informative subject, you know, and controversial. But as was mentioned before, this is only a tool that needs to be used to protect the public, to protect our officers. And I think it's important that we do that. So we need a motion.
I'll move the recommended action.
Moved by Councilman Perella, second by Councilman Basua. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perella?
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. Our last item is the Housing Department. This is a remittance to the City of Oxnard Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, line of credit with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for ineligible program costs. Recommendation the City Council authorize the city manager to remit up to $369,083.93 to the City of Oxnard Community Development Block Grant, line of credit with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for ineligible program costs to comply with 2021 monitoring review requirements. 2, authorize the city manager or designee to appropriate up to $369,083.93 from the city's general fund 101 available fund balance. And 3, authorize the finance department to complete a cash transfer to the United States Treasury to return the funds to the City of Oxnard's line of credit with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. This item did not originate in committee, and this item was previously approved or presented, to the City Council in July 5th. And we have Mr. Ramirez here for any additional questions. Any speakers on this item, Madam President?
Mayor, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item.
I will second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Masuba. You want to share a couple of words?
Just a quick question for Mr. Ramirez.
Go ahead.
In 14 minutes or less, Mr. Ramirez.
25
30
words or less.
30 seconds, please.
I spoke with the city manager regarding this item prior to this meeting, and I just wanted it to be stated on the public record. This item in front of us is a continuation of when this came to us prior. Is that correct regarding these attempts at utilizing the CDBG money and HUD's opinion on that?
It has been a point of, I'm sorry, Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. It has been a point of contention between us and HUD for 3 years. The issue is their determination, which I don't agree with, that the items that we funded with CDBG were not life-saving items, and therefore were not eligible for use. I believe they are life-saving items, but at the end of the day, after a 3-year-long discussion, we lost.
Okay, and so this isn't an additional remittance, this is ongoing conversation for the same items we've discussed in the past, correct?
That's correct. Council approved a remittance to 2022. Since then to today, we talked with HUD. They finally made a final determination, and we're asking that we remit the $369,000. It goes back to the line of credit, which comes back to the city and CDBG, which we use for other eligible items, which hopefully will be eligible.
And it's not, so it's essentially not a remittance of us giving money back that's been disallowed, but rather we have to utilize it in approved items. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The downside is that instead of it being grant funded, it now has to be general fund funded. But it's in place, it's working, it's successful, it's saving lives.
Okay, and the last question is, can you just give us an example of what some of the items that we felt were life-saving items were?
Can we have the fire chief explain
Sure.
it very quickly?
Yeah.
He's right here. He's stayed here all
Yeah.
night for this, so let him
That
explain
way
it.
we can.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chief. Good
Evening.
morning.
Not quite morning yet.
Almost.
So, yeah, not only are these life-saving items, but they're items that are still saving lives to this day. One example would be the alerting system in our fire stations. So when an emergency call goes out and we're asked to respond day or night, that alert will go on in every room of the station so that our personnel can start moving to the vehicle and respond. The equipment that we had was 20 plus years old, failing and irreplaceable. Like they didn't make it anymore, so we couldn't replace it or upgrade the broken components. So that's just one example of where this equipment has saved lives. One of the contradictions, I guess, I'll just leave you with when it comes to some of HUD's determinations on this, because I think Director Ramirez is absolutely right that they haven't got it right in this case, but a paramedic monitor, which literally starts hearts, was not considered a life-saving device. But the jaws of life to cut open a car to get somebody to a trauma centre so their life can be saved was a life-saving device. So that it, in some cases, it defied rational thought.
All right, thank you, Chief, much appreciated, and thank you, Mr. Ramirez. I appreciate the info.
Thank you so much, and Mr. Ramirez, thank you. And we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Basua. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello.
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Was that an aye?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Zaragoza.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. That's the last item. We are adjourned. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We will see you guys.
Merry Christmas to all.